T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward link now and
Dan, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, a negative return.
Cold, cruel, harsh reality, caught, stuck here with your enemies. Who do you think you are? Tearing us all apart. Where did you think you could go? 'Cause everyone already knows it's 20 to 1. Yeah, so you better run. You got the world on its knees. You're taking all that you please. You want more, but you get nothing from me. You like the burden we bear. You love the hate that we share. You want more, but you get nothing from me but enemies. Enemies. You started something that you just couldn't stop. You turned the ones that you love into the angriest mob. And the one last wish is that you pay for it. And there's no way you're getting out of this. Who do you think you are? Tearing us all apart. Where did you think you could go? 'Cause everyone already knows it's 20 to 1. Yeah, so you better run. You got the world on its knees. You take
when the night's getting cold, you're needing a shoulder. Puff out your chest and be a little bolder. All we do is we buy and hold. There will be shills who wanna steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold till the end. There will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. Panic and fear really are near, but it's not ours to own. We have shown that all we do is buy and hold. Oh, there will be shills who wanna steal your thrills, and there will be friends who hold till the end, and there will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. So when the night's getting colder, you're needing that shoulder. These apes got your back. We got each other. All we do is we buy and hold.
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC and APE, where we buy, we hold, and we screw those hedgies. Screw 'em! That's right. This is where we like to fling poo and eat crayons for breakfast. Rock strong. Good morning, guys. So the title for the day today, and let me real quickly before I get into this. Some people are complaining about a little bit of lag here, and I'm cleaning it up as best as I possibly can. That's why the intro is a little delayed there. Okay, so it should have gotten better. I don't. If you guys don't see it better now, there's not really much more I can do. But hopefully, it's a little bit better as far as lag goes. So what's with the title? CPI reports today. It's expected to drop. The previous reporting was, I think it was 4.4%. I think they're expecting it to drop to 3.1, and energy's about to pop. So I've been showing you guys oil. I'm gonna take you guys over the other page here just for a second. We're gonna take a look at WTI, and there's other energy stocks that you can look at as well. But we're inside my window for seeing oil about to break to the top side here, and probably pretty drastically. This is a pretty long wedge that we've been following, a falling wedge that's been going on since, I don't know, I guess call the start of it, basically January of, is it this year? Hold on a second. June, May, April. Yeah, that's January of this year, 2023. So we've been in this falling wedge, and we've tested the wedge multiple times on both sides. We've got at least 3 good touches on the top, and just about 3 touches on the bottom, and you see it breaking to the top side here. And today it's hitting the box, and I wouldn't expect this to break any other direction because this is a pretty steep decline in oil prices, and it's going to start breaking to the top side on this. And when energy costs go up, that's going to cause more inflation again. So while CPI is reporting down, consumer price index, that's going to start skyrocketing again. It may be going down, it may be heading the right direction that they want to get it to, but it's going to start blowing up. Especially if energy prices break to the top side drastically, it could skyrocket coming in the next couple months. So one of the other things that I was kind of pointing out to some people last night is we were looking at, give me one second to pull it up here. I probably should have just kept the page open. We finally got that reporting that I was expecting from the strategic oil reserves. And the reporting on the strategic oil reserves is showing that they were tapping into it some more. And this is a chart here, and I've shown you guys this on a couple occasions, where they were tapping in the strategic oil reserve in order to control oil prices or keep oil prices from rising, to reduce the impact that had on our economy. And as they did so, oil prices stayed low, gas prices stayed low instead of shooting way up, and they started tapping into it again. And I know it's really difficult to see unless I zoom in on this, but you can see it at the very, very tip down here. At the end, it starts taking a dive. It'll be easier to see in the actual numbers as I scroll down to the bottom down here, where you can see that there was this lull of about 3 months where the oil stayed, the strategic oil reserve stayed about the same. It was 371,579, 371,579, 371,175. It dropped a little bit right there, not a whole lot. And now you got another big drop again from 371,175 to 363,723. And this is in thousands of barrels, which means that they've tapped into just about, not quite, but just about 8 million barrels of oil again. And we haven't seen these kind of numbers at 363,723 since basically just before October of 1983. So we're literally at like we're getting down there. We're getting down quite a ways, and so they keep on tapping into it. I don't. I wouldn't say this is one of the bigger reported numbers that I've seen in drops in regards to drops that we've seen from the past, but it's certainly it's more that they're taking out. And if they're going to want to keep oil prices from continuing to explode, they're going to have to tap into it even more. So watch the price of gas start going up here really quickly. You're gonna see it, and then everything else is gonna start going up with it. Cost for everything is gonna start rising, and so while the CPI has been going down nicely, and we've had a lot of indicators that would suggest that we're heading the right direction for a market recovery, and you might be looking at the SPY and saying like, wow, we're doing so well in the SPY right here. It's moving back up. Everything looks good. A lot of investors are going like, maybe it's over. It's like, no. You don't understand. The market started this uptrend back upwards. Let's go back to the daily real quick here. The market started this trend back upwards when? It was just before the 2003 or 2023 reduction in price of oil. Right? It started this recovery back up as the oil prices were kind of being manipulated in such a way to where price wasn't able to control spending, right? Because as oil prices go up and the cost of goods goes up, everybody starts to reduce their spending because it's like, ooh, maybe I should cut back here, right? And that's how you control inflation. But we didn't have that because we had oil prices being controlled, and so we saw the market able to recover to some point, to some extent. So what's going to happen is as soon as this oil prices start driving back up again, and I'm not saying today, it's going to happen right this second, but what you're going to see have happen is you're going to see gas prices starting to rise, cost of goods starting to go way up, and everybody's going to start cutting, cinching in real tight because this next big downtrend is coming, and it's right around the block here. I mean, you can see that once this energy starts taking off, the market's gonna feel it. So expect nice, fuzzy, warm feelings coming from news media about how CPI is down, inflation must be getting better, and really kind of easing people's feelings in regards to where everything's headed. But know that that may be temporary, very, very temporary. All right, that's all I got for you guys. It is time for numbers. Let's see what we got going on over here. A little bit of movement on AMC over the night in the aftermarket hours. Got a little bit of a drop down to 429 and then rebounding right back up to 445. And looks like we want to try to break past that 440 level of resistance that we've had for so long. I would love to see a break past 461. That'll reset a synthetic price failure and tell me that there's more momentum to see higher prices than 461 even. It'll be really nice to see. Real quick, Jim says Reagan broke the Soviets by convincing the Saudis to drop oil prices. We can do it ourselves now, but certain politicians don't want energy independence because of the threat of Bigfoot. There was actually a video that was recommended to me that I was started to watch a little bit this morning, and they were talking about it. Some of it has to do with cars and some of the used car prices and what's going on over there because there's some funky stuff going on. And one of the things that they were talking about is that right now it's cheaper to buy a Tesla, I guess one of the basic Tesla models over a Toyota because of the government incentives to, get you, pushed over onto these electric cars. Meanwhile, in California, they're telling people like you either get air conditioning or you get to drive, your choice. You can't have both. So people are getting pushed into this. You need to switch over to these electric vehicles, and then look what's going to happen to a grid, an electric grid that can't even keep up with demand currently as it is. It's a recipe for disaster, and we haven't successfully managed to get ahead of the curve. We want to go push people over to electric, this, that, and the other, but we haven't managed to keep up or maintain any kind of electrical supply that's going to keep up with where our production is wanting to go or where they're trying to push us to go. And it's just like, if you don't push the infrastructure first, you can't actually get there. So I don't know. We'll see what happens. I'm cleaning off my glasses, and then we'll take a look at the numbers. I feel bad, man. I mean, there's like I've actually wanted to try to move over to an electric vehicle, but I mean, there's so many little things that I feel like just would keep me from doing it because I don't see an infrastructure that's set up for it. Energy costs are going to go through the roof. Doesn't matter if it's oil or electricity. Everything's going to go up. All right. Glasses are clean. C. Diddy says, if we're so electric demanding, why not act like the ancients and start building free energy pyramids? I mean, I personally think that they should start working on nuclear power, like right now. Like, if I were Biden, I would just go out right now and I'd be like, look, we're going to start building new, because it's going to take at least 5 to 10 years to get some of these nuclear power plants up and running. And I would just go out there and I'd say, like, look, I'm signing an energy initiative, and I can see the future and what the future holds, and it's going to be energy driven, and the only way that we're going to get there or manage to keep up with demand is by looking forward and starting to move our infrastructure towards that. So And the CJ says, "And nuclear is clean. Not everyone should be a RBMK reactor, Chernobyl." Exactly. There's so many. The technology on nuclear driven power plants is light years ahead of some of the stuff that we've had from the past, and way more safe than it used to be. And we could do that, but nobody's looking forward to the future and saying like, okay, well, how do we do this? How do we get there? Like, if we want to move over to electric, how do we get there? And nobody's doing that. Like, I haven't heard anything about a new nuclear power plant being built anywhere. It's like, if we're gonna get there, we got to start building stuff. And it's like, we don't have any building going on. Where is it? Not for that anyways. Tony says that solar power is the safest. It is. I mean, that is definitely the safest, but where are you gonna get solar power in Seattle or Portland? Have you ever lived there? So you have to think about it state by state. Some states can't do solar, right? We don't live in a country where the power just crosses state borders freely. Not right now, anyways, and for the most part. And so, every state has to deal with their own sources of energy collection, and you're not going to see some northern states being able to get a hold of solar energy as well as perhaps maybe other places. So we got a lot of stuff to work on. There's so much. Maybe we change how energy works in the country so that it can freely flow across state lines without being taxed or extra money, going from one hand to another. I don't know. Apex says combined close 6:30 yesterday. Oh yeah. Wait a minute. Hold on a second. I gotta take you guys over the other page because I have my glasses. Hold on a second. Apex, I got you down. I got you down for 450 to 750. Is that not correct? I got 450 to 750, which was that the correct numbers, Apex? Let me see here. Closing price on Ape was 191. 480 to 780 was your numbers from yesterday? Okay, I must have not written them down correctly. Closing price on Ape was 191. AMC was 439. Grand total was 630. If Apex is getting the extra bonus point for getting the price prediction right on the money. Einstein was off by 2 pennies. I was off by about 8 pennies. Let's see here. I gotta get my chart back up to the right spot here. Hold on one second. All right, remember, I'm not gonna be able to see what it is you guys are writing, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, or concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. Let's give out the bonus points. Where is my numbers? There it is. Okay. Two-factor authentication. If you don't have it, you may want to consider getting it, as it could prevent somebody from getting into your account that shouldn't be in your account. When you do sign up for it, make sure you go ahead and get a secondary device attached to that account login, so that in case something happens to your primary phone, let's see, how are we going to destroy a phone today? Maybe you're doing the dishes and it falls down and you turn on the garbage disposal accidentally and it chomps it all up into pieces. You want to have a secondary device just in case. So be careful about that, and give yourself a little added protection. Also, please take pictures, video footage, or ask for a request, a statement from your broker on what you own, so you have proof of ownership of what it is that you hold. That burden should be on you to have that information and holding it near and dear to you. Taking a look at short exempt volume for yesterday. On AMC, it was 135.2, a little bit down. And on APE, let's see here. APE had 127.5. Big jump on APE. I feel like we saw, not only did we see the jump there, but I think when I go over CHX volume, I think we're going to end up seeing CHX volume being elevated as well. If I recall correctly, I think it was up on APE as well yesterday, which is probably part of the reason why we saw a little additional short exempt volume. Utilization. Actually, let's do day over day price increase. Yesterday, AMC was up 3.54. APE was up 0.53. Utilization is back up again, guys. I looked at it briefly as I was refreshing the screens this morning and noticed that it was already reporting a higher number. It's back up to 98.87%. Now, that could mean a couple different things, and I'll talk about it when I go more over Ortex data. But when you see a sudden drop in utilization, usually that means somebody closed out some short interest, right? They returned it. And then when you see it drive back up again, it usually means that they've reborrowed that short interest, perhaps, right? Not at least reborrowed the shares. And in this particular case, I think we may be seeing something a little slightly different, and I'll show you why when we get to that Ortex data. On APE, utilization for the day went to 25.31. Still heading down like I would expect. And let's take a look at the rest of the data here. Max pain. So at the end of the day yesterday, we saw another one of those instances where, and you can see it right now by looking over at the options screen. You can see that the open interest ended up being, or not open interest, but volume for the $9 calls and puts ended up having about 15,000 contracts at a $9 strike. What's that going to do? It's going to raise that max pain. Does it necessarily mean that the market's trying to balance or guesstimate that the price is going to rise to $9? No, absolutely not. All they're trying to do is raise implied volatility to keep out anybody who might be trying to buy call options that might cause a gamma. So it's costing. I'm sure it's costing them some money to do this. But so if we see max pain moving up, don't be surprised if you see max pain moving up to $5. I don't think that the market's necessarily suggesting that's where it's moving to. Just that they've put in some blockers. They've got some gamma blockers in there. So let's give max pain a refresh and let's see if it drives up to 5. 5 it is. There it is. You got it. We got a $5 max pain. Taking a look at off exchange for the end of the day for AMC, it came in at 48.98. EDGX was 6.93. The combined total net was 55.91. That's 8.09% less than I would expect to see at 64 by the end of the day. So, a lot of extra volume going into other exchanges that don't normally see it. One of them being CBOE BZX. It was actually kind of spread out amongst a couple different exchanges. CHX in particular had about 1.08% of our total daily volume with a 30-day average of 3.39. It was just about 251,000 shares going through that exchange. I don't really get excited unless it's over 300, so that's kind of a low number. And it tells me that we'll probably see us fall off of the because we're back on that threshold list, and we'll probably fall off of it pretty soon. It will probably be a very short stint that we will be on there, back on there again. Let's see, going forward, let's see what we got. On Ape, we had off exchange at 55.87. EDGX was at 4.12. The combined total is 59.99%, or 4.01% less than it should have been. CHX volume yesterday, I guess it wasn't Ape that we had high CHX volume on. It was it must have been GME. CHX volume was 0.01% of the total daily volume with a 30-day average of 0.08. However, NASDAQ GSM did see a little extra volume yesterday. GME's CHX volume. Yep, it was GME. GME had a 0.58% of the total daily volume going into CHX with a 30-day average of 0.36. So it was elevated, but because it has such low volume for the day, it only ended up being about 17,000 shares, almost 18,000. And that's not really a whole lot. Usually something over 30 would be kind of, wow, that's a lot of shares. But it was well under that. So while the volume percentage was high, the actual amount of shares was low. Do not starve the market of what the market needs to trade. Let's see here. Taking a look at institutional ownership is showing up at 139.116 million. Let's see here. That's what it was yesterday. No change. Let's take a look at options. Where are we at? Oh no. Guess who didn't log in? I thought I logged in. I thought I was logging in when I was telling you guys to do it. Let's see here. Give me 1 second. I gotta log into my account. Wah, wah. Man, I suck. Hold on a second. I'll go back. I'll give myself this. Very good chance I lose you guys here. I might need to fix this. All right, come on. Alrighty, highest amount of open interest for calls. Sorry about that. Yesterday was at a $4.50 strike. Today it's still at a $4.50 strike. It went from 32.7 thousand contracts to 42.6. And on puts, yesterday highest amount of volume was at a $4 strike. It went from 63.1 to 66.2 thousand contracts. Do note that the calls and put open interest down at a $9 strike are starting to get to the point to where they may compete with some of those numbers if it goes too much higher. Funky Pizza Man, don't hate on me. Lately when I walk away from the computer, I'm done for the day. I forgot to download it again. I forgot to download Funky Pizza's music to be able to stream to you guys, so we're gonna have to go another day here without it. Uh, I suck. I get away from the computer sometimes, and it's just kind of like, I'm done for the day. I get on my phone and I'm just like, okay, phone time now. Let's see, what do we what do we got going over here? I'm gonna give you guys a little bit of music while I shuffle some screeners around, and we'll take a look at the rest of the data. Don't hate me, Funky Pizza. I'm very forgetful sometimes. I was even sitting in a space call last night. I haven't done that in forever. Let's see here. What's next? Oh, that's not the chart I wanted. I kind of wanted to show you guys this a little bit, but maybe we can talk about that a little bit later today. This chart right here has got the oil, the US dollar, and SPY all on it and on one chart together. And I kind of wanted to show you some interesting things that were going on with this here, but we'll talk about that maybe a little bit later today. On this chart, this is our combined price of AMC and APE, and we are approaching the top side of a pretty long wedge that we've got going on. We're approaching that end of that wedgie, and I am expecting a breakout before the 18th of this month out of this wedge. To the top side or the bottom side is a good question. I would expect it to break out the top side, but just not yet. I think we may actually test it one more time, maybe come back down to trade somewhere between 613, 627, and then get like one last push, breaking this descending trend line that we've seen as a level of resistance that's held resistance for a long time. So we're getting close to breaking out of this. There's our utilization spiking all over the place like somebody's heartbeat. Day over day, well, actually, let's start with short share. Just the free float rose to, did it rise? Actually, I think it might have stayed, it did dip just slightly to 22.49%. That utilization driving up from 83.18 to 98.87%. On loan amount, and this is where you would kind of expect, hold on, I gotta wait for this music to end here, because this is kind of important. This is where I would expect that if utilization is going to drive back up, that you would see more loaning going on. The thing is that we didn't. We saw on loan amount actually dip a little. It went from 177.93 million shares to 177.85 million shares. So we're looking at, what did I say, 93 to 87. So 60,000 shares returned. Is that right? 93. Yeah. 60,000 shares returned yesterday. So why did utilization massively drive up if that's the case? And the answer to this is that I think one of the only ways that I can really think that utilization would kind of drive back up on something like that, it was if somebody said, I no longer have shares available to borrow, that I previously told you were available to borrow. So that's more than likely the reason why utilization drove back up. We may be seeing a little bit of institutional recalls on available loaned shares. So if that's the case, that would cause this to happen, where you would see utilization dropping down to some specific number, like it's showing right now at 83.18. Yesterday, and then suddenly driving back up to 98.87%. Somebody out there just is like, nope, I want my shares back. Thank you very much. And why would they do that? Why would somebody specifically want to have their shares back, is the question. I'll let you guys think about that. When I come back to the main page, maybe you guys will have some answers. Why do you think somebody who might be lending shares would want to see those shares coming back to them? Let's see. Let's see here. Estimated short share interest of the free float. It should be. It probably will stay the same. I think it might have dropped slightly day over day, but it's showing it went from 22.5 to 22.49. So we're looking at 0.01 change. 51. So basically, all of the shares, almost every single share that was returned yesterday, Ortex is estimated to be in short interest. They basically are saying 52,000 of that 60,000 that was returned was all short interest. And then let's see here. On loan average age per day. If you're not borrowing shares and you just got shares on loan, then you've probably are going to see a big jump on this up. Yep. Jumping up. I wouldn't say it's a big jump up, but it's still jumping up more. It went from a 134.6 to 135.51. And security lending volume slightly down day over day from 3.33 million to 1.08. All right. Moving on. Taking a look at APE. Short share interest of the free floats at 4.57%. Utilization dropping. I do, like I said before, I expect to see this continue to drop as we get closer to seeing a conversion. Dropped from 27.49% down to 25.31. On loan amount also dipping day over day from 8.38 to 8.07. So we're looking at about 310,000 shares having been returned yesterday. Estimated short share interest of the free float dropped as a result from 4.59 to 4.57, and on loan average age per day should be rising. That's 2 days in a row after having seen on loan average age per day dipping and then starting to rise again, which usually is one of the best indicators that I know of for seeing when price is going to start moving back up again. And in this particular case, prices has been moving almost simultaneously with finding the bottom of on loan average age per day dipping. So, yeah, I mean, I usually give it at least 15 business days at sometime between then and day zero and when that happens and 15 days out. But I mean, it was almost instantaneous. By the time we found the bottom of on loan average age per day, price had already started rising. VIX this morning, futures are looking down 1.43, which means the market should be up, and I would imagine that I'm a little conflicted because I'm expecting to see positive CPI, not positive as in it's going to go up, but positive as in CPI numbers coming down, which I think the market should see favorable. The problem is that they usually like to usually trade the market in advance, knowing that it's going to be down, and then the day that it shows up, the numbers, they go the opposite direction because everybody thinks like, oh, CPI is down, awesome, the market's going to blow up, and then it does the opposite of what everybody thinks. So I'm a little conflicted on this, on whether or not this is going to continue to stay up for the day-to-day, but currently in the pre-market, we're showing some of the indexes anywhere up from 0.16 to 0.6% up right now. Orders by Fidelity customers yesterday, AMC, APE, and GME are the only three I'm looking for on this list, and due to low volume, I would imagine we're not on it, and we aren't. Trigger price for SSR for the day yesterday was at $3.09, or today is at $3.95. Let's see here. Let me pull up April fast. 191 was our close. Oops. Ugh. SSR would trip today on APE at 1.719. Shares available to borrow is at 0. That's where it was yesterday, so there's been no change in the last 24 hours. Fees were last seen at 977.4%. Calls this morning, we've got 150.8 thousand contracts out of the money on the calls versus 15.5 thousand contracts that are in the money. 127.6 thousand calls are out of the money on the puts versus 94.3 thousand contracts that are in the money. NASDAQ is up 0.55. Dow Jones is up 0.9. Oh, I hate it when I read this in the morning. Ignore me. That's not. Have a good day at work. Let's see. I normally don't like reading those in the morning because that's yesterday's information, not today's. Sorry about that. Pre-market this morning. Let's see what we got going on here. Let's see what big banks are moving in the pre-market. I don't see any banks massively moving in the pre-market. Yep. Ethereum Classic is currently up 0.56 and trending up. The US dollar is showing down 0.26 and might be breaking a little bit of a trend up. And at 101.47, oil is currently up 0.2. Sorry, that's not. Yeah, that is the pre-market. Up in the pre-market 0.24 and on a trend up. SPY up in the pre-market 0.28 and trending up. Tesla in the pre-market is up 0.7 and kind of consolidating after having a morning market increase in price, jump up. Amazon, same thing on that one. Pre-morning market jump up, followed by a continuation trend upwards, up 0.47. Cinemark is up 6.46 in the pre-market, having a big jump last night in the aftermarket hours from 15.60 to 16.99. Doge is up 0.07 and trending up. Bitcoin is up 0.39 and trending up at 30.7K a coin. GME is up 0.42 and trending up. HYMC is up 10, which is gold. And by the way, gold got a little bit of a bump. It's consolidating right now, but was up. It's actually not traded in the pre-market. It was up yesterday, 10.55%. Pre-market on NCMI is a little bit down right now, 3.66. But I wouldn't say it's a trend just yet. It may. I mean, there's not enough data here to really kind of suggest a trend yet. Hood is up 1.86 and trending up in the pre-market. Ape is down 0.52, but looks like consolidating. AMC is up 0.23 in the pre-market and trending up as well. A lot of trending ups going on right now. When rug pull today? Is it going to be at market open? That's a good question. Taking a look at AMC's inflow versus outflow yesterday, we had approximately, let's see here, $2.4 million more inflow than outflow. So far this morning, we got about 16.5 thousand shares traded so far, which is pretty low volume. We got our pokey stick of volume here in about a minute. On a 4-hour chart, we've got more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 60.4, which is above average. On a 1-hour chart, we've got more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 61.83, which is above average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than the buying pressure with a divergence in the vortex indicator within the last hour. RSI at 59.14, which is above average. And on a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with a divergence in the vortex indicator currently occurring. RSI at 50.46, which is average. Let's see here. I feel like I should wait 30 seconds more to see the pokey stick of volume here. Let me take a sip of coffee here for 30 seconds. Coffee sipping ASMR. It's a thing. It's cold coffee. It's cold coffee. I should tell you, it's piping hot. It's piping hot. It's hot coffee. I can barely swallow it. It's so cold. I take this like big, huge sip, and I'm like, ah, that's so much cold coffee in my mouth. I'm tantalating you with like sounds of hot coffee going into my mouth and then telling you that it's cold. It's such a tease. What do we have going on here for volume for our Poke Stick? For AMC, we've got about 31,500 shares going through this minutes of Poke Stick here, with a total volume equaling 48.2 thousand shares. We're looking tops, maximum 5 to 25 million volume prediction for the day today on AMC. On Ape, yesterday we had approximately, let's just call it 300. No, that's not right. $1.3 million more inflow than outflow. 21.5 thousand shares traded so far this morning, and our Pokey Stick came in this morning right at 6,000 shares. That can't be right. That is right. Wow. That is low volume. So in total, we've got about 21.6 thousand shares traded through Ape. That's going to be a 1 to 25 million share traded day today. On a 4-hour chart, we've got more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 66.39, which is above average. On a 1-hour chart, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 55.2, which is slightly above average. On a 30-minute interval, equal amounts of buying and selling pressure with an RSI of 52.23, which is average. And on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure. But the interesting thing on the Vortex indicator right here is that the buying and selling pressure are decreasing equally and then crossing back and forth, a little bit of whipsaw going on here. So buying and selling pressure just kind of like falling off. Currently more buying pressure though. And RSI at 50.84, which is average. So this might be, when I look at this right here, this would indicate to me just from looking at this that overall volume is decreasing in general, and it's consolidation because you don't have neither buying or selling pressure are dominant as the buying pressure is kind of falling, and the selling pressure, like just nothing's happening, right? Like it's just nothing. It's falling. And RSI is sitting at 47.22, which is pretty close to average. So, meaning it could move in either direction. It's not really indicating which way it's going to go. If we were to take this to a 1-hour chart and take a look at the Ichimoto, we might be able to get a better idea as to where this might be heading. And in this particular case, we finally got past that stupid little stunt that they pulled 2 mornings ago on price. So lagging lines right at price line. We did trade sideways through the green cloud. Now we're starting to come into red cloud here. You can see that conversion has gone back up above base, which is a really good thing. We want to see that. We also want to see the lagging line trade above the price line. If those things occur and price is able to move through the red cloud today, we could see potential upwards momentum. Now, where does that start at? The top side of this cloud is at $2.04. So at 205 today, anything above 205 would cause some significant buying pressure on Ape. And that's considering the fact that we're 190 right now. That's a pretty big jump. So I don't know if it's going to happen. I'm writing it down on my board though. 205. Based off of our current incline trend, I wouldn't suggest that that's going to be the case. And more than likely, we may see a continuation on where price is going to move to, based off of what I'm seeing from the past. Let me just draw something real quick here because I can't move on. My brain wants to draw this line so bad. It's like you can't do anything else until you do this. I would suggest that there's a good chance that we maintain, at least for today, this trend. So, and there's a chance we might trade sideways going into the aftermarket hours and into tomorrow. But I would suggest perhaps a closing price right around like 193. If it does break this trend line, we could see lower prices. But I'm going to go with 193 for a close. Let's get that Ichimoto back up now. 193 would obviously not break us through this cloud, but it would get us closer to a potential breakout going into tomorrow. On a 4-hour chart, what do we look like? We're getting to the point here where obviously this stunt that they pulled 2 mornings ago is now starting to affect the 4-hour chart, where it's dropped the conversion below the base, and the lagging line's still approaching the big huge spike in price in that pre-market morning. So again, pretty much just I would suggest the same thing. I'm going to follow that trend slightly upwards. Let me pull up one more indicator real quick here. This is showing some downwards momentum and pressure on a 4-hour chart here. So, that is really confusing. This chart, I mean, this indicator, the TTM squeeze, is indicating some downwards momentum incoming. I might want to change my prediction a little bit. I might change it. Maybe before market opens, I'll change it. But I don't know. I'm tending to think that it might be close at 193. We'll see. For right now, I'm going to keep it. Maybe I'll change it. AMC on a 1-hour chart. Oh, by the way, on a 4-hour chart, to turn this into a for Ape, to turn this into a stronger heavy buy signal, price is going to have to get back up above the base. So we're looking at 203, 204. Basically 205, the number that I kind of suggested earlier. We're going to need to see 205 or higher, and on the 4-hour chart as well. So probably not going to get that signal today. On AMC on the 1-hour chart, we've got lagging line is above price line, conversions above base, and price is above all that, which is a good thing. What we don't want to see have happen is seeing price coming down and touching the baseline today. So as it stands right now, we got to keep price above 433. Keeping price above that and above the conversion would be ideal, and seeing more continued trend upwards, and especially avoiding today's thinner portion of the green cloud today and tomorrow. So if we can push past the afternoon tomorrow and keep price above maybe 433, we're in good shape on AMC. So I am kind of expecting, I told you guys this the other day, that I thought that we would probably very briefly break out of this red cloud upwards, and then perhaps maybe come back down and retest about let's say 410. Let's look at a 4-hour chart here. To keep this buying signal, though, we got to see price staying above 433. So I don't know what I'm going to write on my board here. I guess I'll write anything above 433 is good. I'm going to write 434. And then on a 4-hour chart, we've got lagging line at price line, conversions above base, and we did break through the red cloud. I think we're going to get that just that fractional break above the cloud, and then that coming back down and retesting maybe that 410 like I suggested. It may actually be less than that. It could actually be 425, a retest of 425, but then breaking out next week up higher again to levels we're at least at right now. So we're looking to maintain a buy signal today, or to get a heavy buy signal. We got to get this lagging line above price line. So before the end of the day is over, we need to see price above 444. So again, 445. I think that was the same number from yesterday. Seeing anything above 445 should create more buying pressure. Where do I think we're heading? We printed a TD9 on the way up here, which means the price is going to try to curl back down for a little bit to cool off. You can see that the RSI on a 4-hour chart is only at 60.40, which is above average, but it's still got plenty of room to move up. If I pull up the Bollinger Bands on this, you can see that we have not come even close to touching these Bollinger Bands on the way up here. If price does come back down, the simple moving average on this right now is about 430. I could see a retest of that. Let's check TTM squeeze real quick. What is it looking like? It's saying more green ahead of us on a 4-hour chart. On a 1-hour chart, it's saying not so much. A momentary pullback, perhaps. Let's look at daily. Now we're going up. Yeah, we're going up. I think maybe momentarily this morning we see a drive down in price, but I think ultimately we'll end up for the day today. And if I had to guess where, I would probably guesstimate somewhere probably right around 4. 444. Let me see what that gives me for my numbers. 7. That'd be 637 combined. I'm thinking about dropping my my Ape prediction from 193 down to 190, which would put me at about a 134. Or sorry, not 134, 634 combined price for a closing for the day today. Currently, our combined price of AMC and APE is at 631. So 634 would have us up a total of 3 cents for the day. 637 would be about 6 cents up for the day from where we're at right this very moment. All right. That's all I got for you guys. That's your morning breakdown of AMC. CPI. Let me pull up CPI here. Hold on one second. I don't have that page open. And now I do. CPI reports at 7:30, so we got about 15 more minutes. However, all y'all come back in here all the time with your numbers for CPI way before I get them, because I'm actually on the I'm on the website for the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics, and you guys seem to manage to find the numbers before I do. So. Glenn says, can we look at HYMC? Absolutely. Pre-market. That looks like it's consolidating. I had said it was up 10%, 10.55% from earlier, so you're probably looking at the edging occurring over yesterday's, because the pre-market's not necessarily showing that right now. It did crawl all over this Bollinger Band here on the rise up. So expect, and it also printed a TD9 on the way up as well. So expect a little bit of a pullback on this to perhaps maybe around the simple moving average, which is going to continue to increase as even as price starts to come down a little bit. So you might see like a 0.33, 0.34 close today or thereabouts. Settlement news would screw your Ape prediction. Sure would. I'm not expecting it this week. I really do feel like it's going to be next week. But I could be wrong. Maybe I'll be pleasantly surprised. But if it is going to be next week, that'll be 2 weeks since I said it 2 weeks ago. Win rim shot. I'll tell you what. I'll tell you. Here you go. Here's your rim shot. So would nuclear war. This is true. Lots of things could do it. Miller says CPI rug pull. See, I'm kind of expecting that, right? I really feel like if you go look at the SPY, let's take a look at this real quick. This is what I'm expecting. I really feel like if you look historically back at what they like to do, they love to raise the price right before the announcement, and then when you get the announcement of CPI improving, what do? Poof, drop it, right? Because everybody's expecting it to go up. They're like, oh, it's going to go up with if CPI is going to go down, that should be good news, and the market should head up. And it's like the market pre plans for the idea that there's people who are expecting to see something good when you have good news come out. When in actuality, it's the saying is buy the rumor, sell the news, right? So what do? They artificially raise prices beforehand a couple days and then drop it the day of. So watch for something crazy like that to happen, because I wouldn't put it past the market to try and do that. I mean, it's how you pick the low hanging fruit. You do exactly the opposite of what everybody expects. Magus, I don't give financial advice like that. It's your money, it's your choice. Those are decisions that you have to make, and it's your hard-earned money, and those are decisions that you should make for yourself. You won't find me telling people what they should buy and what they shouldn't buy, ever. Lost Pro 2 weeks. You mean because they have more than 37 billion in losses? I mean, they got to make their money somehow, right? And if you can take your losses and push them off to somebody else, that's what you do. Give somebody else the big old L. The markets won't take it. No financial institution's going to take an L. They're just going to push off the risk onto somebody else. See, we got about 10 more minutes. I normally would go to break by 7. I'll wait for CPI data to come out just because I am kind of curious to see what it goes down to. By the way, in case, because I don't know if I said it or not this morning, but core CPI, they're expecting the last time it was 4%. they're expecting this is CPI year over year. It was 4%. They were expecting a drop to 3.1%, which is, I think they want to see 2% is what they said before. So, that's heading the right direction. But I think this is only going to be a temporary move for CPI in that direction. I think it's going to start going back up here as soon as energy prices start rising back up again. But core CPI, they were expecting 0.4, or they had 0.4 last time and expecting 0.3 this time. And I think it might actually be a little bit lower than that. So we'll see. We'll see here in 10 minutes. 20 minutes. Tom's also thrown in the Magus comment there as well. And Magus, it's not that we're trying to be jerks or anything like that. It's just that it's not fair to ask people on the internet. It's not fair to you. It's not fair to you for you to ask people on the internet who you don't even really know for financial advice as to whether or not you should buy or even sell anything. So it really is. It's odd. You should think it's odd that somebody on the internet who you don't know is trying to advise you how to invest your money. So I'm not trying to be a jerk or anything. Just I want you to be super careful. I want you to make your own informed decisions. Uh, I'm just a random guy here. You don't know me. What if my intentions are bad intentions? Be careful who you get your advice from. Don't just go around on the internet looking for advice. I'm here to provide numbers and historically record what's going on. It's your decision to make. And I think the thing is, Magus, is that a lot of people would love to push that blame onto somebody else when things don't go right. Right? Like, oh, somebody said that I should do this, and I'm not going to give anybody that opportunity to do that because you got to own your own decisions. So you pull up those big boy pants and you decide you're either in or you're out. That's it. Try to get the best amount of information as you can from your own resources. Jason, the judge can't do that. The judge can't overthrow the vote that we had for conversion and reverse split. Roseanne says, "Is Powerball tonight?" You know what's funny? My wife told me about that, and we haven't been playing. You can't win if you can't play. I don't know if it is. Isn't it usually Thursdays? I don't know. I don't know. Maybe it is Wednesdays. I don't know. I really don't like playing Powerball that much. My wife and I every once in a while will maybe buy some tickets into that, but for the most part, I don't know. Not really a big huge fan because I feel like it's just kind of dumping money. But if you got a few extra bucks just lying around, why not, right? Who knows? Oh, okay. Sorry, my bad, Jason. The split is 10-1. The uh, class action lawsuit award settlement would be 7.5 shares 1 share for every 7.5 shares that you owned. Mega Millions is up to 560 million, so I plan to win both. I love it, Glenn. Roseanne says 750 million smackaroos. Yikes, if I'm not on in a few days, you'll know why. Well, good luck to you, Roseanne. I hope that works out for you. My birthday's tomorrow. Maybe I should go grab some tickets today. And then I can wake up tomorrow morning. I won't check it tonight. I'll wake up tomorrow morning and take a look at the tickets and see if I'm a lucky winner on my birthday. Wait 24 hours. And they're like, the winning ticket sold in Pflugerville, Texas. And everybody's sitting there going like, why didn't Casey show up on Friday? Speaking of which, I jokingly said to my wife the other day, I think it was two days ago, I said to her, I said, maybe I'll take Friday off too, because she's off Friday as well. And I said, maybe I'll take Thursday and Friday off. And she's like, you can't do that to everybody. And I was like, yeah. She goes, and now she's teasing me. Now she's teasing me as like, and keeps throwing out like, well, you could take Friday off. so, so I don't know, guys. If I choose to not show up on Friday, hopefully you won't hold it against me. But if she has something planned and she wants to do something fun, I don't know. I teased her back. I said, we could always go back down to the beach again real quick. Because it would be a 4-day weekend if I took off Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. I'm like, we can always go back. And man, I'll tell you what, she loves the beach. She absolutely loves the beach. And she's just like, you should have seen, like, I don't even think I was teasing, but I don't think it came across as teasing because I think she's ready to go. She's like, yeah, let's go. Let's do it. And so it was really funny. I'm trying to tease her, but it's not working. SL says class action. Yeah, there's been a class action lawsuit going around. If you haven't been around to hear about it, it's been the talk of the town for a while. And we're waiting on the judge to find out on her ruling. That's kind of like the last thing we're waiting on before a conversion reverse split can occur. And so once she gets in her ruling, shortly thereafter, AMC will probably file an announcement stating that they're going to be doing the conversion reverse split, and then we'll have a date. I don't know. We'll see, guys. I'll let you know. If I decide to take Friday off, we have to be we got to have something planned out because I'm not going to just take the day off for no reason. But if she's got something planned out, then and I'll let you guys know in advance. I'll post up a message. I think she just pulled. She's probably listening right now. I think she just pulled up. I know, Jay. The problem is I'm waiting on these CPI numbers, which should be rolling in here momentarily. Let's see here. Part of the reason why CPI should drop is that used cars and trucks, which was one of the big reasons why CPI was up last time, was because of that. And now, as of right now, those aren't such hot items. In fact, I'm going to share this with you guys real quick. I think I might have shared it. I think I might have shared it yesterday. I think I did. I'm going to share it again, though. I don't know why. I'm just sharing it. This like again. I don't know who this guy is really. He said something very strange is happening. Used car supply is at historic lows. Yet we just experienced the largest monthly decline in used car prices on record. But that doesn't make sense. If supply is so low, prices should stay high, right? Wrong. It seems like between the credit crunch, aka lack of financing availability for consumers, and rapidly increasing new car incentives, used car prices are beginning to experience accelerated deflation. Weird times, my friends. And somebody did ask him for a source on that information, and he provided it. Big old page blinding you guys, sorry. But he provided the information from Mannheim with the data on that. I guess to just kind of prove that he's not just making it up. Trust me, bro. But I said what, and I responded back to him, and I said, what other big purchase items could you see a similar anomaly? Demand drives prices. If demand drops, so does price. If price drops enough, do people walk away from their loans on those assets? Question mark. And so that's something to kind of consider, right? Like one of the things that's what I think is coming in the future, and we don't have it yet. We're missing one key ingredient to stagflation. I was actually talking to my son about this last night. The one key ingredient that we're missing for stagflation right now is rising unemployment. We don't have that, right? And I actually posted this up as well yesterday because somebody had made a comment on one of the. Let me see here. Somebody made a comment. I said, we're missing one key component for stagflation, and that's elevated employment levels. You may argue that we have not yet returned to employment rates since COVID, and I'd agree, but we need to see a dip similar to that leading into 2010. And I'm just using 2010 as an example, but this is the employment rate, not unemployment, but the employment rate. And you can see here from a long-standing trend, you can see that COVID took a big, huge hit in employed uh, workforce, right? It dropped quite a bit, but you can see that every time it's dipped in the past, it always trends to or follows the trend that it was on previously when it does recover. And you can see right now we're in the same exact thing. Even though it dipped quite drastically, we're kind of trending in that direction with employment up. It's not going down, right? So unemployment, if you were to look at unemployment and argue, yeah, unemployment's coming down, and so we're not really in stagflation. And I would say like, well, yeah, and somebody might argue, well, but we can't look at unemployment because there's a lot of unemployed people, and they're not reporting because they're not collecting anymore. And I'd say, okay, well then let's not look at unemployment. Let's look at employment, and we can see if we're returning to employed amounts that we've had from the past. And I would say that we're on a pretty healthy trend to get back to where we were going from the past. Now, the problem is we're not seeing unemployment. So the reason we're not hitting stagflation is because we're not seeing this 2008 dip in unemployment that's occurring just yet. And I say just yet because if you zoom in on the same exact chart, there has already been at least two different times where you can see here on a zoomed in level that you can see that unemployment or employment did start to kind of trend down a little bit, right? So it did have some wavering moments here. And I have a feeling that we're going to see another one of those wavering moments where unemployment starts to rise. And when that happens, when that unemployment starts to rise, very similarly back to this chart here, when you start to see that trend down in employed workers or unemployment starts trending up, that's stagflation. We've got everything that we need to have all the key ingredients to get stagflation. So that's the one last thing that we're missing. And the Fed has already come out and said, guys, we know unemployment numbers are going to be going up. CPI for all items rises 0.2 in June. Shelter is up. There it is. Seasonally adjusted and rose 3% over the last 12 months. Not seasonally adjusted. The index for all less food and energy increased 0.2%, up 4.8% over the year. It's up? Hold on a second here. That's crazy. Hold on a second. What is year over year? The index for food at home was unchanged over the month, while the index for food away from the home rose 0.4% in June. The energy index rose 0.6% in June as the major energy component indexes were mixed, which we know energy is going to start going up here pretty soon. The index for all items less food and energy rose 0.2% in June, the smallest one-month increase in that index since August 2021. Indexes which increased in June include shelter, motor vehicle, insurance, apparel, recreation, and personal care. Indexes for airline fares, communication, used cars and trucks, and household furnishings and operations were among those that decreased over the month. Wow. Wait, so did it really rise to 4 point? Am I seeing this right? Did it rise to 4.8? Slowing U.S. inflation and data due Wednesday will mark a potential turning point. Let's see here. Okay, 3. So somebody was asking me the other day. They said, "What do you think it's going to go to?" And I was saying the estimates were 3.1, and I said it might be a little bit lower than that. So it came in at 3, and that's pretty darn close to what I was expecting. Yep, Jim says 3% for 12-month expectations were 3.1. Yeah, that's about what I was expecting. That's pretty darn close. So now everybody's going to get this, real hard on for, the economy's doing well, and then you're going to get this big, huge rug pull. 490 to 790. I'm writing you down. Hold on one second here. Apex 490, 790. I got you down. Well, we'll see what happens. Glenn's going 490 to 790 for me. Got you down, Glenn. Magus says, is the court ruling out? I doubt it. It's a little. I mean, it's only 8:38 in the morning right now. So, any movement that we're seeing right now would probably be related to CPI. I doubt it's related to, and part of the thing that I've told you guys from the past is that ETFs tend to drive the market right now, and so some of the largest holders of AMC is VBR and VB. Those are the two biggest ETFs out there that hold AMC shares. And if those are heading up, it's going to be very difficult to not see the price of AMC going up. Excuse me. So inadvertently, we tend to go up with those as well. So they're currently not really showing any trading right now, but I guarantee you that if SPY's moving up, so is everything else, and it is. SPY's moving up too. This market drives in reverse. Man, it's so funny. All right, guys, I'm gonna head to break here. Those CPI numbers are out, 3% year over year, last 12 months. All right, let me put up a message for you guys real quick here, and I'm gonna take a break. Ugh, man, I can't type this morning. 8:15. I'll be back at 8:15 a.m. And as of right now, I've got tentatively a closing price combined on AMC and APE at about $6.37. So I'll come back, reevaluate, and let you guys know when I get back from break what I'm thinking. See you guys in a little bit. Alrighty, I'm back, and I'm just kind of looking through the price right now, trying to figure out where we're going to be heading for the day today. I don't know if there's going to be a big rug pull or not on the market today. I mean, we have SPY up 0.89 as it stands right now, and it's getting a big, huge jump off of these numbers. Do note that it's hitting the upper side of the Bollinger Band as it's going, and do note also, I'm looking at a 1 hour time interval right now, and I have my Bollinger Band set up for not only a 3 sigma, but also a larger time span, which means that this is, if I had the actual Bollinger Band set for the normal numbers, it is well exceeding where it should be heading towards. So there's more than likely going to be some kind of pullback at some point. Whether or not it reaches 448 is a good question. In the pre-market, it's at 446.44. Where are we heading? First thing I want to nail down here is Ape's price. Where do I think it's heading on this specifically? And I'm going to use the a trend channel to kind of give me like an idea of where perhaps closing price would be at based off of last 4 trading days. And with this trend channel, I'm thinking that there's a good chance if I look for the midpoint on this that I'll be able to identify perhaps where the closing price might be at more accurately by the end of the day. So we're probably looking at like a 190, 195 close, 195 to 196. Originally I said 193. I might increase that a little bit if we stay in this trend channel. If we see this big, massive rug pull in the market today, there's a very, very strong chance that, and it looks, to me, it looks very strongly like we may be on an ascending parallel channel here. And if that's the case, then we would break out going down on this if that were the case. So if we see price at any point today drop below this level of support that I've got in here, expect to see price dropping pretty rapidly and probably even retesting something like 177 on Ape. That's the big if. Are we going to see some kind of rug pull? As it stands, hold on a second. Let me look at oil. Everything inside my body is screaming rug pull. Everything right now is just screaming at me. Major rug pull incoming, and I I can't. I really am having a hard time ignoring that. Don't hate me, guys. Don't hate me because everything inside my body tells me we break below this ascending channel here. Let me look at one. Let me look at 2 more things real quick here. I got to pull up TTM squeeze. It's showing some signs of weakness. The 4 hours showing signs of weakness. It's everything is pointing towards a resistance and trying to continue to move up in price. But there is a red cloud forming on a 1 hour, 4 hour chart. Not so much. I think this trade's. I'm going to go 190. 190 close. I'm dropping it by 3 cents on the prediction. And then let me just take one last look at AMC and see if that's a quote, the quote that I had earlier this morning, if that's what I want to leave with for the day. Are we going to be able to finally break the 440? I'm leaving my price prediction for Ape or AMC. So I'm going 444 for AMC, 190 for Ape, for a total of $6.34 closing price combined between AMC and Ape by the end of the day. I know my chart looks like crap right now. Hold on a second. I'll fix it up. I want to get rid of some of this junk in here real quick. Goodbye. I don't think we're breaking to the top side just yet. I think there's going to be a little bit of a rejection off of our current pricing. There's a strong possibility that AMC could come down a little bit today. I think the actual breakout's going to be going into next week. All right, it's that time. I will see you guys on the other side of market open.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Rocket booster separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now and end.
Dan, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, negative return.
Listen up, there's not a moment to spare. It's quite a drop from the top, so how you feeling down there? It's a cold, cruel, harsh reality. Caught, stuck here with your enemies. Who do you think you are? Tearing us all apart. Where did you think you could go? 'Cause everyone already knows it's 20 to 1. Yes, so you better run. You got the world on its knees. You're taking all that you please. You want more, but you get nothing from me. You like the burden we bear. You love the hate that we share. You want more, but you get nothing from me. But enemies, enemies. You started something that you just couldn't stop. You turned the ones that you love into the angriest mob. And the one last wish is that you pay for it. And there's no way you're getting out of this. Who do you think you are? Tearing us all apart. Where did you think you could go? 'Cause everyone already knows it's 20 to 1. Yes, so you better run. You got the world on its knees. You're taking all that you please. You want more, but you get nothing from me. You like the burden we bear. You love the hate that we share. You want more, but you get nothing from me. But enemies, enemies, enemies. Where did you think you could go? 'Cause everyone already knows it's 20 to 1. Yes, so you better run. You got the world on its knees. You're taking all that you please. You want more, but you get nothing from me. You like the burden we bear. You love the hate that we share. You want more, but you get nothing from me. You got the world on its knees. You're taking all that you please. You want more, you get nothing from me. You like the burden we bear. You love the hate that we share. You want more, you get nothing from me. But enemies, enemies, enemies.
When the night's getting cold, you're needing a shoulder. Puff out your chest and be a little bolder. All we do is we buy and hold. There will be shills who wanna steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold till the end. There will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. Panic and fear really are near, but it's not ours to own. We have shown that all we do is buy and hold. Oh, there will be shills who wanna steal your thrills, and there will be friends who hold till the end, and it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. So when the night's getting colder, and you're needing that shoulder, these apes got your back. We got each other. All we do is we buy and hold.
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC and APE, where we buy, we hold, and we screw those hedgies. Screw them! That's right. This is where we like to fling poo and eat crowns for breakfast. Rock strong. Good morning, guys. So the CPI data is out. CPI reported today. Expected to drop, and it did. Somebody was asking me last night after we closed out the live stream what I thought was going to happen, and I said I think it's going to be a little bit lower than what the expectations were. And sure enough, it ended up coming in a little bit lower than expectations. So previously it was 4%. They were expecting a drop to 3.1 year over year, and we ended up getting 3%, and so a little bit more than anticipated. But I think the market's going to be looking this as being super bullish, as the Fed would like to see CPI drop down to as low as 2% or less. The problem here is that we're starting to see energy prices starting to increase, and that means more inflation. With more inflation, you're going to start seeing things like CPI, as an example, is going to start increasing again. So we may be seeing a double rise, a double peak on CPI here. And I've told you guys before, this time in this market is unlike any other event that's ever occurred before. And we've always been trying to compare this to, like, past trends and seeing, like, okay, is this a 2008 recession, a 2000 recession, a 1929 recession? What is this? What's going on here? And I think that you can't just take those other ones and say, like, and slap them over this and be like, this is what we're doing. No, it's its own beast. Something is truly different about everything that's happening here. One of the things that I can tell you is that if we start seeing stagflation, in order to see stagflation, we need to see rising unemployment, and that's not currently happening. We're actually seeing employed workers remaining, for the most part, on an upwards trend. Unemployment rates, a lot of people are going to argue, like, well, unemployment rates can't really count because the fact that there's, obviously people who are perhaps not working, but also not claiming unemployment because they can't any longer. So a lot of people are going to claim that those numbers are kind of cooked, and I would tend to agree. I would really tend to agree. But our pre-COVID employment numbers are pretty on. We're getting really close to being on track for where we were at, and on the same trend as prior to COVID. And so really, in order for us to get stagflation to hit, you guys start seeing that unemployment number starting to rise. What would cause that? Energy prices rising, cost on goods starting to rise, and people not being able to afford. Now, we're already starting to see the hooks on credit defaults starting to occur. All right, so if businesses start if people are already having problems with money, and then businesses start cutting jobs, we're going to have a massive, massive problem on our hands here. Just massive. And you're going to see stagflation. And that's not good. That's going to look nasty. So my guess is that the CPI data is going to start rising again. Maybe not next month's reporting numbers, but perhaps the month after. We got to see those energy prices starting to rise. And so if I take you guys over to oil, just to give you like an example of what it is that I'm talking about, we're getting ready to break out of this really long wedge. We are starting to see price of oil starting to break up to the top side here. It started the trend just let's see, 4 trading days ago. Started to see the strong uptrend in oil prices and breaking a 7-month long trend down. So if price of energy starts rising, that means there's still a huge inflationary problem, and it's going to cost us. So be watching for that. That's these rising energy costs is going to be a big thing here. As it stands right now, less doom and gloom. try to reel back a little bit here and just let you guys know that Ape is up 0.52% at 192. AMC is up 0.74% at 4.423. And most everything is pretty green right now. Lots of green on my list here. So cryptocurrency is not so much, interestingly enough. We'll see what happens. I did want to share with you guys, it looks like it's a 10-minute video. I don't know if I want to share the video or not because I actually haven't pre-listened to it and I don't know what's being said in it. But I did see an article coming out of Yahoo Finance saying meme stocks are back, raising a red flag for the broader market. This was posted yesterday at 11:33 a.m. I didn't see it yesterday, but I saw it now. Investors are fascinated with meme stocks again as they hunt through lower quality names, searching for returns. And they're raising a red flag for the S&P 500 index. Let's see here. When some of the most heavily shorted stocks in the market rally, like meme shares are doing now, and safe havens like consumer staples slump, investors should prepare for a few days of weakness in the broader market, according to Jonathan Krinsky at BTIG. The selective Round Hill Meme Stock Index, home to the likes of Rivian Automotive Incorporated and Riot Platforms Incorporated, has climbed more than 10% in the last 3 sessions, while the Consumer Staples Select Sector (SPDR) fund is down 1.3% over the past 18 months. The spread between the two has been 10 percentage points or more 17 times, and the S&P 500 has been lower 3 and 5 days later in 12 of those occasions, Krinsky wrote. It's a double-edged sword when we start seeing some of the lower quality names rally, Krinsky wrote in a note to clients. When we see a surge of this magnitude, however, especially relative to a defensive group like consumer staples, it often indicates a chase for what hasn't moved and can move the most, and this often is the tail end of the move. The last time the meme index outperformed staples by double digits in a 3-day span, the S&P 500 slumped 4.5% in the following 20 days. BTIG data show. While the data is a bit cloudy as the days goes on, if the trend holds, investors may be wise to take advantage of Tuesday's modest rise ahead of the release of June's consumer price index on Wednesday morning. That was from yesterday that was posted out there. So I'm not sure. I'm gonna have to go through and listen to the 10-minute video that they've got in here. It might be worth listening to. Maybe we'll check that out later. CPR says BTC for the first time in its history broke the Golden Cross. Albert says, and yet markets keep going up, maybe because we print 1 trillion every month now and hand it to banks who loan it to hedge funds who pump those top 12 stocks. Yeah, there might be a little something to that. It may not necessarily be hedge funds, but yeah. I mean, if their held collateral is long in blue chip stocks, then you can expect that that's what they're going to want to do is protect their assets. So, because I mean that's what keeps them in business. If they can't hold collateral to meet their requirements, the needed requirements, then what comes next? And that's the closing of their positions. And that's a lot of people don't want to see that. We're really up against everybody. You know, I know I've said it before, but if you haven't heard me say it before, nobody's on our side. We don't have our own brokers don't even want us to win. Why? Because they're long on a lot of these other positions that are out there that they would rather see perform well. And so they don't want to see us win because for them, that means it's going to hurt their portfolios as well. It's going to hurt their business. So, you know, we're up against our own brokers. We're up against hedge funds. We're up against politicians. Believe it or not, they don't even, we're up against the lawmakers. There's not really anybody on our side. We're all that we got. This is it. It's us. Darren says, F them. There's actually a group of people out there that I would add that's part of retail that's probably against us too. I don't really want to say who exactly, but there's another big group of retail that's against us. Actually, I'll say it. I don't care. Dr. Zeno's like, don't do it. Uh, you know, anybody who's a huge crypto owner is probably against this as well. It depends on how deep they are into it, but more than likely, they're against us as well. Billy, I'm on your side too, man. Daniel Lennox, I guess the big news for today is probably CPI. It went from 4% down to 3%. The expected was 3.1. Maccabes, in a roundabout way, NFTs kind of count, yeah. Only because of the fact that they deal in crypto trading for NFTs. So in a roundabout way, that would be an affirmative. So the interesting thing is that you'll actually see that there was a lot of crossover, intermingling of NFTs and I guess maybe in general meme stocks. I hate referring to us as meme stocks just because of the fact that I feel like it's an attempt to try and group a bunch of stocks together, and some of them are really crap stocks with good stocks, like AMC. I really think AMC is a great stock. I think GME is a great stock. There are other ones, and I'm not going to name, that are part of meme stocks that's the attempt to try and discredit the good ones from the bad ones by lumping them all together and just calling them one name, right? It's a good way to be able to um, what's there's a word for this. Intelligent. It's there's I can't think of what the term is. It's a way to create a perception amongst people that everything's the same when it's not. Albert says Charles Gasparino is on Doogie Fresh's side, and Doogie says you get off. Now I got to get my pants cleaned. that's so that's so random that it's funny. It's not just AMC though, Jason. GME is in the same fight too. And I would suggest that there's other ones that I'm not going to mention that are in the same fight as well. Jason says AMC needs to farm their own corn. I don't think AMC wants into that corny business. They just want to sell popcorn, and that's about it. Yeah, I don't know, man. Maybe. I don't think AMC is really particularly interested in getting into harvesting, being a farming company, but I don't know. Ariel says, I suggest the CPI data is cooked for political reasons. Changing the basket of goods measured is like measuring apples and oranges in a shell game. Just my 2 cents. In a roundabout way, I would suggest that you're correct in that it's cooked. I think the data is correct and accurate. I think how they surmise the data. Uh, we've seen. Have we been seeing CPI dropping because of the fact that inflation has been reduced, or have we simply seen um, goods prices, consumer price index? Have we seen? Hmm, have we seen other factors that would control CPI be artificially manipulated in a way that would cause CPI to drop? And I think and I think that's the terms that you're speaking of, and I would say yes. Aquatic Tour says that was the corniest joke I've heard all day so far. Laugh out loud. I should have put a space in there. So far. Sorry, man. It was right there. It was easy to grab. AMC should sell an Adam Aaron fanny pack. I don't. Okay. Sorry, I didn't realize I had you guys on the other page there. I'm not sure. I don't know if that would go over well. Or maybe it would sell like hotcakes. I don't know. I've got 190 for close on Ape and 444 on AMC currently, and that's a combined price of 634 by the end of the day. Currently, we're seeing about 633 right now for the combined price of AMC and Ape. I have a feeling we're going to falter a little bit here, just a tad, as I feel like we maybe kind of hit a little bit of a peak there at $6.39 combined. I feel like there's a little bit of an extra level of resistance in that price range. So we're going to see price come back down a little bit. That's not saying that we couldn't see more momentum upwards in the later portion of the day, though. MCon says AMC should sell some of those sweaters that Adam Aaron wears. uh, you should go to the ideas group space call that they have. I think they hold it twice a week, um, and suggest it there. Who knows? Maybe they will. Well, Albert, unfortunately, the judge has no uh, I say unfortunately. That's not what I meant to say. What I meant to say is unfortunate to what it is that you just stated. That is not a possibility. The judge can't come in and say no conversion reverse split. The judge is ruling on whether or not we get a some kind of settlement value for being damaged, and that's what the case is about. This is not a case about whether or not the judge is going to make the reverse split and conversion happen. That will happen. This is about whether or not we're going to get some kind of reprimands for, is that the right word? I don't know if that's the right word. If we're going to get some kind of payout from the class action settlement. So you can rest your beating heart that will not happen. Dynamite says corgi sweaters. Is it Kogi sweaters or corgi? I don't know. Thorbladed says, you guys want to know what's insane? VW squeezed the month before CPI dropped all the way back down. This month, 3%. We might be close. Javi deleted the work till you die comment from Jason in there. Javi might have his phone in his pocket right now and may have accidentally done that because I don't think there was anything wrong with that there. I'm only saying out loud, so if he does have his phone in his pocket, yeah, there he is. He said sorry. No problem, man. It happens to the best of us. I kind of figured you probably had either your phone was in your pocket. There it is, phone in the pocket. Yep, that's the most common reason for it. Not a problem. Don't worry about it, man. I'm just letting Jason know so he doesn't think he said something bad. I'll never forget the time when I made my mom a moderator and she put her phone in their purse, and then all of a sudden, tons of people were starting to get silenced and their messages getting removed, and she just was wiping people out like left and right. It was so funny. I was like, whoa, what's going on? So I had to like quickly remove her status so that she couldn't do that to everybody. Tom says, Casey, sometimes we get bored and put people in timeout for no reason. Well, you make the community what you want it, I guess. Albert says, so the government's aims, it's 9 o'clock, by the way. I'm going to get to numbers here in just a second. So the government's aims of crisis equals opportunity and Wall Street's present goal of bull market rally forever are against each other. So interesting thing, right? Like here's the interesting thing. The Fed, I actually feel like when you speak of the government, like it's a broad term, right? And I think you need to divide it up into perhaps maybe like some different groups here. So the Fed is trying to reduce inflation. In order to do that, they need to have some things happen to get there. Higher unemployment for a period of time. They need to slow production by raising rates, right? That's their tool that they use to slow production. But then you've got, in terms of policymakers, you have the Biden administration. I'm not trying to just blame them because this is happening. this is a legislative issue, right? It's more than just Biden specifically. But you have our legislators out there who are going out and saying like we can't afford these gas prices. We need to do something about it. And so what do? They start dropping they start dumping some of the strategic oil to keep control or lower the gas prices so that people can still afford things, which is going against what the Fed is trying to do because they need to see prices go up so they can reduce production. Because if people aren't buying, if demand is reduced, then you should have supply slow down, right? And that's going to help you with reducing inflation. So you've got legislators and you've got the feds working against each other, trying to achieve opposite goals. Because no legislator right now wants to see a recession. Why? Because they're not going to get voted back into office again if all of a sudden everything goes to crap. So they want to avoid that as much as possible. So the Fed's fighting them head to head on this entire topic. And then you got Wall Street, who always wants to make money, right? And they don't really care how they make it. They really just want to keep continuously bringing in more and more money. So they're of course wanting to see higher prices, but if they higher prices in the market, higher value. Sorry, let me say that differently. Higher value in the market. They want to see it growing, and if they can't keep that up, then they're going to somebody's going to have to lose money, and it's not going to be them, right? They're never going to walk away losing money because they're just going to place those losses onto others, right? Those people who they're investing for. So everybody that we know, because of their mistakes that they've been making this entire time, is going to go back on people's retirement funds and people who are investing money in the market. So yeah, there's like lots of different entities that are fighting for different things, and it's really a cluster. Oh yes, funky pizza. You do have to have. I don't know what it's. I don't know if it's called red, but you have to have like you have to have that like membership. Excuse me. You have to have that membership in order to turn your phone off so that you can still hear. I would never have purchased it. My wife actually bought it because she was tired of hearing commercials during her videos, and as a result, like people in your family can be put on that as well, like other accounts. So she's like, "You want it?" And I was like, "Well, you already paid for it, so I might as well." And I love it. I'm not trying to advertise for it at all. I'm just saying I hate commercials. So and I do like turning off my phone. So it's been kind of nice, but I don't know. You have to decide whether it's something you want to buy or not. Let's take a look at these numbers and see what we got going on here. I'm going to take you guys over the other page here, and I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are saying. So hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, or concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. Two-factor authentication. If you don't have it, you may want to consider getting it, as it could help keep somebody out of your account that shouldn't be in your account. When you do sign up for it, if your broker allows you to put in a secondary device to be able to receive that access code, it might not be a bad idea to set that up. You never know when Iron Man comes flying out of the air and blasts it out of your hand with one of his blasters. I don't know. I'm making stuff up here. I'm running out of ways to. There's so many ways you could break your phone or lose it or something and screw yourself. I don't know. Whatever it is, get that secondary device set up in case something happens, and then you'll be set. But also, please take pictures, video footage, or request a digital statement from your broker on proof of ownership of what it is that you hold, because there may be coming a time in the near future where suddenly your broker may decide that they accidentally lost all records and no longer know or can remember how much of your position that you held. I mean, that's like the worst possible case scenario, and some people are probably going like that would never. And I'm telling you guys, please don't let this fall on deaf ears. I know what I just described seems like an impossible scenario. I know it. It sounds stupid to me. But please don't be that person that doesn't have proof of what it is you have for your records of ownership in shares, because I'm telling you, there's going to be stuff that happens that we've never seen happen before, and people are going to get. I wouldn't put past brokers to try and screw people over one way or another. So please have that on file for your own mental satisfaction of knowing that you have what you have and being able to prove it later on. All right, let's take a look at what we got going on here. Starting with the top left-hand side, Apex hit the exact number for price prediction for the day yesterday. So I gave him the extra bonus point, and so we've got a little bit of a lead here for Apex. This is not meant as financial advice. It's just simply 4 apes who are trying to figure out the price combined together at the end of the day every day. Shoot, I just realized I may not have changed my number from this morning. Yeah, I did not. Okay. The prediction that I have for the day today is $4.84 to $7.84. Give me 1 second while I change my numbers because I forgot to put it in. Which comes to the average price in there is $6.34, which is what I did say that to you guys. So you should, you can figure out that I'm not just pulling your leg. But that's what my prediction is for the day today. Eric's got 5 to 8. Apex has 490 to 790, and Einstein has 478 to 778. So we got a good little range there. There is not a 10-cent spread by anybody, so nobody would be able to get an extra additional bonus point for just being closest today. Short exempt volume for AMC was at 135.2 thousand shares. It's down. Ape was up to 127.5 thousand shares. Utilization suddenly drove back up on AMC yesterday, back up to 98.87%. Ape at 25.31. Day-over-day price increase. AMC was up 3.54%, and Ape was up 0.53. I kind of want to say that that's one because the number I'm looking for here is 5% or greater. I want to say that's going to be by my opinion, it would be at least a 5% increase, because when you add AMC and Ape together, I would double Ape's increase amount to 1.5, or not 1.5, 1%. So adding that on top of the $3 man, I can't talk right now. Adding that to the 3.54% up that AMC was yesterday, that's really close to the 5% between the two. I know you can't just do a straight addition and come up with that same number, but whenever Ape moves in percentage of price, it's like double the amount that AMC would have had. So because of the extra amount of shares that are in there, what I'm trying to say, I guess, is that market cap value goes up exponentially more when we see an upwards trend in value on Ape. So I kind of want to say that's like the first day of 3 in a row. That was so long-winded. I'm so sorry. I wish my brain worked right. Max Pain, $5. It was $4.50 yesterday. It is now $5 today. The reason for that, as you'll see when you're noting the options box over here to the far left-hand side of the screen, down there at that $9 strike, you'll see that there's 36,000 contracts in open interest for calls and 34,000 contracts in open interest for puts. And what that means is that they had a lot. There was about 15,000 contracts that they added in volume yesterday on both the calls and puts, which is going to raise the max pain. All that really is a gamma blocker to try and prevent a gamma from occurring. So, but it does raise max pain. I still think majority of our volumes coming in at closer strikes to around $4.50. But just make mental note of that. Taking a look at exchange for the day today on AMC exchanges. By this time of the morning, I would expect to see about 44% going through off exchange, EDGX between 10 and 11%. We got 55.4% going through off exchange, EDGX at 7.29. Combined total in that 62.69%. That's about 8.69% higher than it should be. CHX volume for this morning is at 0.11 with a 30-day average of 3.43, so that's kind of low. On APE, so far 58.21% going through off exchange, EDGX is at 7.06. Combined total 65.27%. That's about 11.27% higher than I would expect. 0 shares going through CHX. And on GME, CHX volume is 0.19 with a 30-day average of 0.37. Nothing unusual going on there either. Taking a look at institutional ownership this morning, it was reported at 139.116 million. That hasn't changed since yesterday. Still the same. Options. Highest amount of call volume for the day today on AMC's coming in at a $5 strike. That's up 50 cents from yesterday. And currently we have 3.7 thousand contracts. On puts, highest amount of volume is at a $4 strike. That's down from the 4.5 that it was yesterday. And there's currently 5.3 thousand contracts. So the market's suggesting someplace between $4 and $5 for a closing price on AMC by the end of the day today. And we're 443 currently. Give me just a minute. I'm going to give you guys some music here. And Funky Pizza, if you weren't here earlier this morning, I apologize, man. I just suck. I didn't download it again. So we'll have to wait just a little bit longer here till I can get to it. Hopefully I'll remember tonight. I don't know. Send me a message. Send me a message to remind me, because I suck like that. All right, let me give you guys some music. We'll take a look at the rest of the data after I move some screens around. All right, as you can see here, the combined price of AMC and APE is at $6.38, and retesting that top that we had earlier this morning. We are approaching the top side of this descending level of resistance. If we can break through that, we should break through really well and start moving in price. So that's a very long standing level of resistance that we've seen from the past. So seeing a test and breakthrough on that should provide more buying pressure coming from the market. So far, Ortex this morning is showing borrowing on AMC, actually a return of about 163,000 shares. That's going to cause the estimated short share interest of the free float to drop slightly to 22.48%. Cost borrow mins at 8.27, average is 892.76, and max is 1,006. This really low min cost to borrow is likely causing or resulting from the fact that there's been shares borrowed and returned really quickly today. So quick turnover on borrowing of shares. Utilization for the day today, driving back up. That music is too loud for me. I can't even hear myself talking. All right, so utilization driving back up here, and typically speaking, When you see that happen, you would tend to think that there's shares that are being borrowed. However, in this particular case today, that is not the case. Borrowing amounts was actually a return of about 60,000 shares day over day, bringing us from 177.93 million shares on loan to 177.85 million shares. So why would utilization suddenly rise with the amount of shares on loan decreasing? And the answer to that is that somebody institutionally is likely saying we don't have those shares to borrow anymore. You're going to have to find someplace else to get those shares because we ain't lending, and so that's why you're seeing utilization shooting back up, even though the loan amount is still dropping, ever so slightly, but it is still dropping. Taking a look at the estimated short-term interest of the free float, that did drop day over day by 0.01 from 22.5 to 22.49, and the on-loan average age per day is still rising from 134.6 days to 135.51. Security lending volume decreasing day over day from 3.33 million shares to 1.08. Taking a look at Ape, 11,000 shares returned so far this morning. It's not really a whole lot. The short-term interest, the free float's at 4.57%. There has been no borrows so far for the day today. Utilization day over day still dropping, and I would expect, as I expect, as they're obviously trying to return as many shares as possible before reverse split and conversion. On loan amount dipped day over day from 8.38 million to 8.07 million shares on loan. It's about a 310,000 share return day over day. Looking at Ortex's estimated short-term interest, the free float, it went from 4.59% down to 4.57%, an on-loan average age per day starting to rise again. This is 2 days in a row of that number increasing. It went from 116 days to 120.65. And this is one of the biggest indicators that I have noted from the past that tells me that an incoming price increase is coming. When you start seeing that on loan average age per day dipping, and the price started increasing the day that it ended dipping. We started seeing big increases in prices during that very day that it hit the bottom. So it was almost immediate. Oh wait, one last thing. Security lending volume. Day over day on Ape was down 608,000 shares to 289,000. Orders by Fidelity customers, AMC, APE, and GME are probably not going to be on this list due to low volume. Let's verify. We are not. Trigger price for SSR for the day today for AMC is at $3.95, APE at 1.719. Shares available to borrow. I told you, borrows and returns really, really quick here. They returned 2 shares and borrowed them right back out again at a 974.9% rate, which is a little bit down from the 977.4 that I recorded. I guess it was on the 11th. What is that, yesterday? I'm going to write this new number down, though. 2 shares. 2 shares goes right up there with 2 weeks. Currently, there's 150.8 thousand contracts out of the money on the calls versus 15.5 thousand contracts that are in the money. 127.6 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 94.3 thousand contracts that are in the money. NASDAQ is up 1.47, Dow Jones is up 0.81, and the S&P 500 is up 1.07. The market's cooking with bacon grease right now. 4,363 advancers to 1,818 decliners. It's hot and tasty looking right now. We'll see if it continues to manage to maintain that throughout the day. Banks, big movers for the day. Who do we got here? Who are the big bank movers? Let's see. Looks to me like we got Silvergate up 25%, PacWest up 3.67, Western Alliance up 3.48, Zion is up 3.47, S&P Global up 2.85, and that's the end of the big movers. Ethereum Classic is currently showing up 0.36 and consolidating. The US dollar is currently down 0.95 and breaking past a significant Fibonacci retracement at 100.79. If it does break past this, it could potentially fall even further. Let's see where my next level. Oh, there's my red line. It's breaking out of a long wedge. Wow. Done broke through that already. Let's see here. Well, there's the end of there's we did find the top on this. Did retest beyond or past. I guess if you guys remember back a ways, I said there was a descending broadening wedge, and the breakout to the top side of this would at least yield somewhere in this range right in here. That's red line that I've got up here. And sure enough, it broke right past that, came back up, and now it's starting to head back down here. We have a little something different happening right here, and you can see that I'm going to get rid of some of this other data in here. I've got the breakout for the US dollar set for the future, but we're literally getting the breakout right now, and I do not have any Fibonacci retracements beyond 100.79 as it stands right now. I would have to go back pretty far to try and find a Fibonacci that would cover our, if we break past 100.79, numbers that would cover that. So, this is interesting. Will it find support at 100.79 or not? That's the question. That was an early breakout. I'm really curious what VIX is saying right now. We'll see here in just a second. Oil is up 0.24 for the morning, but currently trending down since market open. Mortgage-backed securities are up anywhere from 0.77 to 0.82 and trending up. SPY is up 1.04% and trending up. Let's see about this VIX. What's VIX doing here? VIX opened up this morning with a big drop, but it's not really dropping currently. It's kind of consolidating currently. This trend line that I've got right here. Watch for this to break at some point today. If it does break, if VIX breaks back above this, watch for it to run again upwards. VBR is up 0.64. Hold on a second, I gotta clear my throat. Yeah. Let's see. VBR is up 0.64%. That's the ETF, one of the largest ETF holders for AMC, but trending down. Did hit that upper side of that Bollinger Band pretty hard and is coming back to that simple moving average. VB is up 0.67 and trending down. Tesla is up 1.42 and trending, I'm going to say consolidating currently after a little bit of a trend down. Amazon is up 1.16 and consolidating. Cinemark is up 3.51 and consolidating after a slight downtrend. Doge is down 0.15 and consolidating. Bitcoin is up 0.39 and consolidating. GME is down 0.05 and trending down. HYMC is up 5.7 and trending up. NCMI is up 1.14 and consolidating. Hood is up 1.06 and consolidating after a slight, actually, it's on a slight uptrend after having been on a downtrend. It looks like overall, it kind of almost looks like a consolidation to me currently. And Ape is up 1.04, consolidating at 192. AMC is up 0.34 and consolidating as well. So far for the day today on AMC, we have approximately $1.5 million, well, not even $150,000 more inflow than outflow. 4.38 million shares traded so far for this morning. It's actually not decent or not bad volume after 57 minutes worth of trading. It puts us on a pace for 29.96 million shares traded by the end of the day today. Of course, that volume is going to come down throughout the day, and we'll see likely lower numbers. I suggested somewhere between 5 and 25 million, which I think we are on pace for. On a 4-hour chart, we've got more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 59.61, which is above average. On a 1-hour chart, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 59.34, which is above average. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 57.32, which is slightly above average. And on a 5-minute interval, equal amounts of buying and selling pressure with an RSI of 45.68, which is slightly below average. On Ape, let's see, we've got approximately $200,000 more inflow than outflow. 1.5 million shares traded so far after 57 minutes worth of trading, putting us on a pace for 10.26 million shares traded by the end of the day today. Of course, that volume is going to come down. I did adjust my volume down for the day today to 1 to 20 million by the end of the day. On a 4-hour chart, we've got more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 66.20, which is above average. On a 1-hour chart, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 57.84, which is slightly above average. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 55.72, which is slightly above average. And on a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 52.27, which is average. There does appear to be some news on AMC and APE. Let me click on this and see if I've anything worth reading. Nope, not going to read that. And not going to read that. I hadn't seen this before. Reddit beats lawsuit by Wall Street Bets founder. I didn't know about this. This is actually news to me here. It's kind of interesting. It says Jamie, or it might be Jaime, I'm not sure. Rogozinski, who founded Wall Street Bets in 2012, said Reddit ousted him in April of 2020 as a pretext to keep him from controlling a quote famous brand that helped Reddit rise to a 10 billion valuation end quote by late 2021. Rogozinski had applied to trademark Wall Street Bets in March 2020 when the community reached 1 million subscribers. It has 14 million. In a 15-page decision, the U.S. Judge Maxine Chesney in San Francisco rejected Rogozinski's claim that he owns the Wall Street Bets trademark because the market associated it with him and he made the brand famous. I have no idea who he is. She also dismissed Rogozinski's state law claims related to his ouster, saying either that they were preempted by a federal law that provides broad immunity to website publishing mainly outside content, or that he lacked standing to sue. Interesting. Stuff you didn't know. Like, what do you guys think? Do you think his name is Jaime or Jamie? It was spelled. Wait, where did the article go? I thought I saw the art. I don't see the article now. Oh well. Dino Mike. Jathan. I've been told by so many people that my mom has a lisp. Oh, I think you meant I assure you. I assure you that she doesn't. Jathan. That's funny. Jason, what did I call you when you first came in? Because you had to correct me. You said it's like Nathan, but Jathan, and I was like, oh, that'll be easy to remember. But what did I? Do you remember what I start? I can't remember how I pronounced your name at first when you first got in here. I'm trying to remember. It was I know I got it wrong. I don't remember what it was, but I think I was saying Jathan. Maybe was it Jathan? I don't I don't remember how I said it. But I'm glad you corrected me. I didn't like that I was. I never like the fact that I get it wrong. It's funny, but it's never. I don't like doing that to people. It was Jathan. Okay, we should have just stuck to Jathan. I think they are loading orders into Robinhood before they go bankrupt. Failed to deliver. Glenn says Fidelity lending rates 95.625%. We're getting back up there again. I'm used to it. I mean, Jathan, I am too. I mean, having my name spelled the way that it's spelled, Casey. I've gotten it spelled so many different ways in my lifetime and said I've heard Cassie. I can't tell you how many times I've heard somebody say Cassie, and it's so annoying. But at the same time, I just kind of like go like, whatever. I'll answer to it. I don't care. Call me whatever. I've heard it too much. So it's just and so every time I ever go out someplace, I'll say Casey, right? And they go like, "And how do you spell that?" And I make it really easy for them. And I go, "It's a K and a C." It just makes it so much easier. Nobody has to have any hurt feelings they can't spell or anything like that because it's real simple. K and a C. Can't get it wrong. Nail says, "Yo, Casey, I'm in Bigham's Discord, and someone mentioned you being interested in a live with him. I don't know if he saw it, but would love to see you all on together." I actually asked him if he'd be willing to do an interview, and he said yes. And then I never followed up on it. So, because we were getting busy with something at the time, and when I had actually asked him about it, and so after I got unbusy, I just never went back and revisited it. Hopefully, he's not upset about that. I don't know if he is or not, but I did ask him because I kind of like interviewing people who I think are pillars in the community to just kind of, I guess, have an opportunity for them to go down on the books and the history books as being a part of everything that we've experienced. And so I did reach out to him, and he did say yes to that. We just have never had a chance to get together. I always feel like we're always like, I feel like we're like opposite schedules or something. I don't know. He'll need his whiteboard though. I love it when he gets his whiteboard out. Either my mom has a lisp or couldn't decide between Nathan or Jason. Or maybe she just liked both and wanted something in between. I introduce myself as Jay mostly. Yeah, right? Just to keep it easy so people don't have to confuse it because it gets annoying. It's like, just call me Jay. I'm the same way. I totally get it. SC Formula says save Billy. That's right. Remember I added to that. I added to the save Billy story by saying you got to save Michael. Let's not forget about Michael. Glenn says Jeffrey Epstein was asked to help U.S. Virgin Island First Lady draft language for a sex offender law, according to a bombshell new federal filing from J.P. Morgan Chase. Wow, that's like a first lady in the U.S. asking. You guys are gonna hate me for this. Oh gosh, I just lost his name. Hold on a second. That's like our first lady here in the U.S. Asking OJ Simpson to come up with the new legislation for domestic violence, new domestic violence laws. It's messed up. It is really, really messed up. And maybe he had siblings with gender neutral names. Casey's contract clearly states exclusivity for this show. It's ironclad, and the clawback provision will cost him dearly should he be found in breach of said contract. Wait, what? What are we talking about? MCon says, do you think the bottom's in on AMC? I don't want to say yes to that. And the main reason that I don't want to say yes to that is simply because of the fact that I feel like, if we were to suddenly see the market just absolutely start tanking, I think we would go with it initially. So, and I think, to be very honest with you, I think I could very, very likely see that happening one day where we just wake up and everything is just down like astronomical amounts, and we're just sitting there going like, wow, what a nut kick to the balls. The whole market, not just AMC and APE, but everything, just 4% down or something like that. For AMC and APE, 4% down is not a huge deal, but if the whole market's down 4%, it's going to look it's not going to look pretty. So part of me wants to say yes, but I don't want to commit to it. AMC Panda, I don't think it's going to go 90 days. I think we'll probably hear by next week the judge's decision. That's my guess. It's just a guess, though. Glenn says, I interpreted the court recording to mean a ruling is imminent. It said no more filings. Oh, me going on other shows? Yeah, that's I got a bit of a problem with going on other live streams. You're absolutely right because it kind of it me not wanting to be monetized. You're absolutely right. You're 100% right, Pyroporn. Me not wanting to be monetized when I go onto somebody else's stream and it's monetized. Guess what happens? I'm now directly associated with a monetized channel, and any proceeds that maybe any donations or proceeds that occur during that period of time are now directly attached to me. And I don't like that. I don't want to be a part of where you guys spend your money. I just don't want to be a part of it. You spend your money however you want to, but don't make me a part of it because that's your choice. And I can't say what I want to say, and I can't do what I want to do, and I can't feel like there's some kind of um, attachment to what it is that I'm saying. If you guys are spending money on me, and I just can't. So you're absolutely right, Pirate. I can't. I'm trying to avoid that as much as possible. I might do guest appearances here and there now and again, but I try to avoid it if at all costs. Do you have committed issues? Maybe I do. I don't know. Brian says, Casey, why is the VIX still dropping? Let's check it out here real quick and take a look at it. It's dropping a little bit. But I mean, obviously, if the market's going up, then the VIX should be going down. But I think if you take a look at a bigger picture on this, that quick spike up from about 13 up to 17 should be kind of scary for a lot of people because that was a pretty quick spike from 13 to 17. It only took, let's see, I'm on a daily now. From the low of 1273 on the VIX, it took approximately 9 days to get up to 17. It's a pretty big spike in a short period of time, and that should be pretty scary. There's always going to be ebbs and flows in the VIX over time. Like if you were to go back to, I guess we could just draw back to COVID and take a look at the COVID time frame, and you can see that there's always ebbs and flows just prior, all the time. It's not just before a big run up, but there's always ebbs and flows in these quick spikes. Here's one where it went from 11.44 up to 18 in a matter of about 4 days, right? And then it came shooting back down to the previous levels, had another spike up, some more downs, another big spike up, down, and then finally took off. So why is it going? Try not to look at the VIX on a minute by minute basis, and look at it more from a bigger picture, and say why is it doing what it's doing over a longer trending period of time? Because it's really a forward-looking indicator of fear in the market for the futures, right? It's talking about, I think it's 30 days, right? The VIX is the 30-day volatility index. So try not to look at it on a minute by minute basis. I just sent a super chat and bought merch. Not to me, you didn't. Jim says, I absolutely love how Sound of Freedom went back to #1 on Monday. Now over 4 million. Pay it forward tickets bought. That's 60 million right there. I bought another ticket. Me and my wife are probably going to go watch it this I don't know, either I don't know if I want to go see it on my birthday, but I might because I have time off. Maybe if I take Friday off, we'll go see it on Friday. But I bought another ticket with my A-list membership for. Let me look at my phone real quick here. When did I buy it for? I just went and looked at. I think it's tonight. I just went and looked forward to see when there was like an. Oh, by the way, I was looking at movie. I was looking at seating for the movie. I think it was for tonight. Let me check and see. And maybe it was last night. And the movie theater was just packed. I mean, there was only handicapped seats left in one of the show times, and in the other it was almost completely packed in there. I'm looking at the yeah, this has got to be my seat right here that I just purchased. I always know it's me because it's always a front row seat and way out of the way that nobody would really want. But again, tonight, some of the movie showing times tonight. What's today? Today's Wednesday. Wednesday night, and the 7:15 p.m. showing uh, for this movie is just absolutely for this movie theater that I go to is absolutely packed. I'm going to show you guys real quick here, just so you know I'm not blowing smoke up your tailpipe, but that is packed. All the gray spots are the spots that are open, and it's primarily the first two rows. So it's that movie. That movie is doing really, really well. I'm glad to see it's doing well as well. Gary says, my guess is that the decision will come on Friday to give everybody the weekend to cool down. Boy, that would be kind of nice, I think. I want to call you McChicken because that's what I see when I see that MCK33N. It's like McKean. Maybe it's McKean. McKean says, I don't get the title. Do you think AMC is going to drop today? So I said CPI reports today. By the way, every morning when I first start the live stream, McKean, the very first thing I do is I talk about the title for the day after the intro and all that kind of good stuff. So if you're ever curious about that, you can always rewind back to the very beginning of the live stream and just listen to like the first, however long it takes me to talk about it. I don't. When I say McChicken, it's what I see when I see MCK. I don't know why. Anyways, the CPI reports today expected to drop, and then energy is about to pop. What I'm basically telling you is that yes, CPI I was expecting to see lower numbers, but I think it's only going to be temporary, as I think energy prices are about to explode. And when they do, when energy prices explode, that's going to raise inflation again, and the cost of goods are going to go up. And I think we're going to see CPI starting to rise shortly thereafter. I'm not saying today. I'm talking probably like a month or two out. But I do expect to see more likely 2 months from now. We should start seeing CPI numbers starting to head back up again. Unless, there's always big unlesses, right? Unless they decide to sell off more strategic oil reserves and knock it back down some more. I don't know how long they continue to do that for. We're at 1983 levels of strategic oil currently. But, it's a possibility. They could always do that. Florida YouTube says, went yesterday and we had to break up our group to watch it together. Not enough seating. It's pretty crazy. Just out of curiosity, Florida YouTube, how many of those seats actually had people in them when you went? I'm really just kind of curious if people are buying tickets and then not actually going. So I'm curious from your perspective, like, was it full, or did you feel like there was a lot of people that had seats that just didn't show? Million says, "Come on, Casey. If strippers take my money, you can too." Uh, what, you think I'm that sexy? That's not the case. No, no, it's so the energy and the oil that I'm talking about, boomstick, is separate. It's not. I'm talking about something different. It's. I'm saying that when energy prices go up, that's going to show signs of inflation, more inflation, right? So when you have more inflation, CPI should start to rise again. So the only reason that I think that we're seeing improved numbers on CPI is because oil prices were low, and um, the higher prices of oil and gas were not pushed onto the consumer because it wasn't there. Oh, McKean, I don't. You won't get answers like that from me, unfortunately. Lots of empty seats, but I say more full than anything. That's good to know. Thank you. Appreciate that. Only your beard, Casey. Thank you. Well, that's too bad because that's going to go away soon. Dr. Zena says, Shaw, I found your doppelganger on YouTube. I shall DM you the source a little bit later. It's your twin. That's so risky, Dr. Zeno. Like when you do that, like you don't know how I'm gonna feel about it. Like what if I think the guy is like, you're gonna hurt my feelings. I don't want to look like that. I don't know what it. I have no what they look like, but the two local theaters have been sold out the past week. No empty seats. Wow. Junito, you've been around for a while. Full FOMO. I'm trying to be nice, Pirate, and call him by his right name. I only usually get it wrong once. You know, Tendies came in here once, a long, long time ago, and that was his only name was Tendies. And then I was like, you should put in Tendies plus plus because it would be so much more cooler looking than just Tendies. And I don't know why, but it just sounds cooler to me. Tendies plus plus, and you put it in your name in there, and I love it. I think it looks great. I don't know how it wears for you, but I like it. I think it looks good. It's a little bit more than that. Boomstick said when you talk about the $9 calls and puts for stomping out. I think you meant stomping out a gamma. I see it as the puts causing downward pressure and the calls side being a hedge if it goes south for them. What I would like you to think of more is about what happens to implied volatility when a lot of call and put volume shows up at a $9 strike. And that's really what it is that you should be focused on. Next time or next week, you could take a look at implied volatility right now for next week. And then when this happens next week, which I can almost guarantee you it will, when it happens next week, you'll watch implied volatility and you come back and tell me what you think about what occurred with implied volatility before and after you saw the volume jumping in at a $9 strike for next week. And then you'll start to understand that really what they're doing is they're creating a wash position with the calls and the puts, right? And it may cost them some money to create the positions, right? Because they're it's going to be costing them some money for the contracts, but it may be worth it to keep a gamma from occurring because they're increasing that implied volatility by preventing people at lower strike prices from being able to create a position that would actually make them money, right? Nobody's going to buy a position that doesn't have. Consider implied volatility as like odds. It's your odds of winning a bet, right? So when you see that implied volatility and your odds are shitty, you're not going to go out and buy the contract because you're like, those odds are terrible. I don't want those odds. And so that's essentially what's going on. So, but watch it next week, and you let me know what you see next week when you see it change from the implied volatility. And you tell me if you agree or not after next week. Of course, you could always go back in time too and watch this week our implied volatility because I post it up every hour on the hour. You could simply go back in time and just do it right now for this week as well. You just have to go back to like Monday, see what the implied volatility was on the chart, and then go to the point. I guess it was yesterday when they started buying up a bunch of the. Was it yesterday? I think it was yesterday that they started buying up a bunch of those $9 calls and put contracts. Darren says you can't beat Dee Dee's brother. Wait. Attendees plus plus put in bananas. Then he said, I've never looked back. It threw TMI off when he did his roll call and chat. That's awesome, though. I mean, I guess, unless you're really wanting to hear your name called out. I didn't know he did roll call. That's kind of interesting. It makes me kind of want to go just so I can see if I can get, just to see if he'll say my name eventually. Say my name! What's my name? That time that we went over, TMI and Trey were doing a video, and we all went over to do a stream. I don't know what to call it, stream raid, and we all went over there to go say 2 weeks, and we all started blasting the chat comments with 2 weeks in there, and I could see Trey smile. Trey smiled a little bit. He had like this like little tiny side grin, and then he like tried to wipe it off really fast. You could tell he knew something was up, but he wasn't quite sure what it was. And TMI was talking at the time, and then TMI had no clue. Like you could tell he had zero clue what was going on in the chat area. And then very shortly thereafter, I got reached out. One of the moderators from their group over there reached out to me and said like, "What the hell are you doing?" I was like, we're just having fun. It's all in good nature. There was nothing intended to be, we weren't trying to be jerks or anything. It was just fun. And but they didn't respond at all. Dr. Zena says the stream raid was a blast. It was a lot of fun. It was a hoot. Some of the different reactions that we got were priceless. Wiggy Wiggles, not going to happen. I appreciate the thought, but that's not going to happen. Doug says, how much of a delay we on for the internet? Hit live and I'll tell you, you'll know. Hit live and type a message and say now, and I'll say now, and then you'll know. Now, Jojo said now. Now, Jojo's wondering like how much of a delay do I have? Currently, Ape is at buck 92, up 0.79. AMC is up at 437, down 0.46. Dynamite says that shit was so long ago now. Yeah, it was fun, man. We had fun back in those days when I still had fun. We could do it again. There's nothing stopping us. It's just the fact is we can't find anybody else who's. I mean, I think we did. Who did we do recently? Or we were going to try to do somebody recently. I can't remember who it was, but then something happened. We couldn't do it. I think it was. I don't remember who it was. No, I'm not going to do that, Tom. I'm not doing that. All right, it's time to take a look at the numbers. See what we got going on here. I'm gonna take you guys over the other page. We're not gonna be able to see. We're not gonna be able to see what it is that I've got up. Oh man, I can't even think now. I'm not gonna be able to see what it is you guys are writing until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. So hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, or concerns until you see that. That big old big tramp. Give me just a second while I move a couple screens around and we'll take a look at what's happening. What's happening? All right, here we go. Starting with off exchange. By this time of the day, I would expect to see off exchange somewhere around 49% going through off exchange. EDGX to be somewhere between 11 and 12%. These numbers obviously haven't been quite on lately, but I don't change my numbers. The market changes where it's putting its volume. Off exchange is at 56.9%. EDGX is at 7.38. The combined total 64.28%. That's about 4.28% higher than I would expect by this time of the day. CHX volume is at 0.25 with a 30-day average of 3.41. Taking a look at Ape. Wow. A lot of price suppression on Ape right now. 69.78%. Nice. Going through off exchange, EDGX 5.34. Going through EDGX, that's 75.12%. That's a lot. That's 15.12% higher than what I would expect to see by this time of the day. CHX volume is 0. GME's CHX volume for the day today is at 0.15 with a 30-day average of 0.37, so nothing unusual happening on that one either. Taking a look at Ortex data here, so far for the day today, or I should say an hour ago we had about 163,000 shares returned on AMC. It's now 374,000 shares returned. That's going to drop the short share interest of the free float to 22.45%. Cost per min's at 8.27, average 892.76, max is 1,006. Shares on loan for the day today dropped fractionally to 177.85 million shares on loan. That was about 60,000 shares less than yesterday. Ortex estimated that about almost all of those shares, 52,000 of that 60,000 was in short interest that was closed. But it's such a small number. Total amount of shares having been borrowed so far on Ape an hour ago was 11,000 shares returned. It's now 411,000 shares borrowed. That's going to cause the estimated short share interest of the free float to rise to 4.6%. Cost borrow average, max, and min are all the same because they've only borrowed once for the day-to-day is at 6.2%. Shares on loan for the day-to-day dropped by 310,000 shares to 8.07 million shares on loan. Taking a look at options, highest amount of call volume so far for the day-to-day, sitting at, well, an hour ago it was sitting at $5 strike with 3.7 thousand contracts. It's now dropped down to a $4.50 strike with 7.8 thousand contracts. On puts, highest amount of volume coming in at a $4 strike. That did not change from an hour ago. There were 5.3 thousand contracts an hour ago, now 8.7. Market kind of suggesting a closing price now somewhere between 4 and 4.5 by the end of the day on AMC. Do note there are in the money puts that are being purchased all the way up to about $6.50 strike in large quantities, and yeah, buying in the money puts. Somebody needs shares. Combined price of AMC and APE is at $6.30. It's about 4 cents lower than what I expect to see by the end of the day today. So far, for the most part, we were trading inside of the Fibonacci retracement between 627 and 636. Most of it, not all of it. We did get a little bit of a spike out for just a little bit there at the beginning of market open. So we may see a lot of consolidation for the beginning portion and mid portion of the day today, and then see that very typical trend back up. I mean, look at it's not like we haven't seen this trend over the last 2 days where you see, consolidation to downwards momentum followed by upwards price movement, right? Very beginning of the day yesterday, same thing, downwards momentum followed by upwards price movement. Downwards momentum, we'll get that later, push on, and today is actually turning out looking a lot similar, very, very eerily similar to what we saw 2 days ago. So we'll likely see something very similar. Betcha when AMC and APE's price start heading back up here combined, the market starts coming down. Betcha. Orders by Fidelity customers. No, I didn't mean to hit free refresh. Oh well. I gotta stop myself from doing that because I do it before when I drag the page over, I do it. AMC, APE, and GME I do not expect to see on this list due to low volume. And we are not. SSR trigger price for AMC for the day today is at $3.95, APE at 1.719. Shares available to borrow has not changed since 8:16 this morning when they returned 2 shares and borrowed them back out at a 974.9% rate. NASDAQ is up 1.18, Dow Jones is up 0.78, the S&P 500 is up 0.94. We have 4,461 advancers to 1,742 decliners. The market's more advancing now than it was an hour ago. Big bank movers for the day today. Let's see who we got going on here. Looks like FRC, no, I'm not going to read FRC. Silvergate is up 12.5, PacWest up 3.32, Western Alliance up 4.4, First Horizon up 2.9, Zion up 4.42. Coinbase is down today. Kind of surprising to see it going the opposite as the rest of the field. Let's see what else. Are there any other big movers? Citigroup up 2.98. That's about it. Ethereum Classic is currently up 0.85, consolidating, maybe on a slight trend upwards. DXY, or the US dollar, is down 1.12 at 100.59. It is breaking that Fibonacci retracement that I have there. I mean, it could. This is getting to the point here on the dollar, US dollar, where I'm going to have to try and figure out if there's a level of support coming up here because That's a pretty big drop there. Let's check it out. Oh, can't use that one. It broke out of this. It broke out of this wedge way earlier than anticipated. Next level of support is going to be. Let me just make sure I like these numbers. It actually looks really decent. The next support lines for the US dollar is getting really, really close here. It's at 100.5. It's getting really, really close to hitting that. Let me change the color on this real quick here to yellow. That's kind of what I like the Fibonacci's to be colored in at, so you can tell that it's a Fibonacci. All right, next level of support coming up here. If it doesn't find support at 100.59, it could have a pretty good break back down to 99, maybe even down to 97.8 before finding support again. Oil is currently down 0.98 and trending down. Mortgage-backed securities are up anywhere from 0.72 to 0.83 and slightly trending up. SPY is up 0.99 and having just completed a little bit of a downtrend, but overall for the day so far, I mean, on a grander scale, this is probably looking a little bit more like consolidation. Yeah. After the boost up that it had in pre-market this morning, I think it's kind of consolidating a little bit right now where it's at. VIX currently down 7.55 and trending down. VBR is up 1.08. Slight trend up. VB is up 1.11, consolidating. Tesla's up 1.54 and slight downtrend. Amazon is up 0.76, definitely in a downtrend. Cinemark is up 3.95 and consolidating. Doge is down 0.07 and consolidating. Bitcoin is up 0.48, consolidating. GME is at 0.58 and consolidating after a small downtrend. We've got HYMC up 5.7, consolidating. NCMI is up 0.84, consolidating. Hood is up 2.19 and increasing in value on an uptrend. Ape is up 1.31% and consolidating. AMC is breaking even right now and on a slight downtrend. We have currently $400,000 more outflow than inflow on AMC, with 6.55 million shares traded so far after 105 minutes worth of trading, putting us on a pace for 24.32 million shares traded by the end of the day today. That is within the 5 to 25 I suggested in the pre-market on a 4-hour time interval. We have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 59.04, which is above average. On a 1-hour time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 58.33, which is above average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with appears to be a divergence occurring within the next 30 minutes. RSI is at 52.2, which is average. And on a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 46.15, which is slightly below average. Taking a look at Ape, there's currently $60,000 more outflow than inflow, roughly. 2.23 million shares traded so far after 106 minutes worth of trading, putting us on a pace for 8.2 million shares traded by the end of the day today. That's obviously going to continue to come down right up until about 1 o'clock. So, but that is within the 1 to 20 million I'm expecting to see. On a 4-hour chart, we've got more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 68.98, which is above average. On a 1-hour chart, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 59.97, which is above average. On a 30-minute interval, more equal amounts of buying and selling pressure with an RSI of 58.4, which is above average. And on a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 57.89, which is slightly above average. Let's see. Alrighty. Pirates saying pro travel tips courtesy of our corporate sponsor, Butt Drugs LLC. You know, I talked about doing funny commercials for you guys, and I completely spaced off on that. And I need to get back to it and do some funny commercials for you, just because it would just break up the day and make it a little laughter. I need to sit and work on them a little bit. I need to kind of come up with I need to do like a day where I sit down and just kind of do like a brainstorm on some funny commercials to do. So give me a chance. I haven't. The idea has not dissipated or disappeared from my mind. Just haven't had a chance to work on it yet. Janice says that's actually what I was talking about, Jana, yesterday, and a lot of people I don't think understood from Dr. Shivo, Dr. Shivo. And you're saying, I watched a good video yesterday on how the elite control us and divide us. It seemed impossible to change. Even the people we look to change it are in their club. And then you said the video was on Bigham's Twitter feed from yesterday. That's the exact one that I was talking about. So I actually reached out, Jenna, to Dr. Shivo and told him that I was interested in hearing him speak. That's kind of I kind of polled some people yesterday. I polled them. I asked a bunch of people in the Discord yesterday whether or not they wanted to hear from Dr. Shivo. I sorry, Shiva. I said Shiva. Sorry, Shiva. And I didn't really get a warm welcome yesterday, so I think I'm going to poll you guys right now. I reached out to Dr. Shiva, and he already responded to me, and he didn't say no. He said he wanted me to contact, I think, what I would call a handler or something like that, like an assistant, to work out the details. So it sounds like the opportunity is there if we want it. If you don't know who that is, I can provide you a link so you can go check it out for yourself. I thought it was a really interesting video, Jana. Really super interesting. I agree with a lot of the things that he's saying, but then again, I don't like being. What's the word I want to use here? I'm not. I don't really subscribe to like a lot of conspiracy theories. And in a sense, he kind of is against like the idea of conspiracy theories. So, which he has an engineering background, which I guess kind of makes me a little bit excited to kind of see somebody who's wanting to try and help change our country I kind of feel like in some sense we need somebody with a mind like that to step up and really kind of make those steps towards bringing logic back into focus amongst people, because we have strayed so far away from logic, it's not even funny. So hold on a second. I'm looking. Dr. Shiva. Hold on a second. I'm trying to find the link to him so I can share with you guys. Okay, here it is. I found it. So if you want to click, I'll let you guys decide. I never. The last thing that I want to do is try and turn this into like some kind of place where I advertise to you anything. And he is advertising himself as running for president in the future. I don't know if it's this next term or not, but he does apparently want to run. So I'll let you guys decide before I reach out to him. I'll let you guys figure it out. But if you want to check out who he is, you're more than welcome to. I'm not trying to, by any means, promote this guy or anything. I don't even really know what he stands for at all, other than that video that Jana's referring to is what I saw. And I would, I would probably feel more comfortable looking into who he is, what he stands for, before even really talking to him. So even if you guys said yes, I would still probably do a little bit more of a background check and make sure that there's not like a, I'm not sure how to say it. Make sure that there's not, like, I'm not trying to advertise to you guys, because I don't want anything that I ever do to feel like an advertisement, unless it's for humor. I tried to edit my name to Butt Pirate too. No, don't do that, Pirate. Don't do that. Just leave your name the way that it is. Yeah, vetting. Thank you, Dynamite. Vetting is necessary. I would absolutely. There's no way that I'm just gonna bring somebody on and not. Well, that's not necessarily true. I have actually had somebody on that I haven't vetted before, but it was because, I brought them on because I felt like what it is that they had to say was really, really, really super important. And even though I didn't vet them well enough, the night before the interview, I found out about. I did some more. I actually did some vetting, and realized that I had stumbled upon something that could blow up in my face. And so I was like, yeah, I'm going to be taking a big risk on this one. And I went ahead with the interview, but was very weary about it. And I'm not going to say which one, but it ended up being okay, though. Glenn says, Casey, you could enlighten him on the current state of the stock market. I don't think I have to. This guy, based on that video that I watched, Glenn, I think he knows exactly what's going on. So the message that I sent to him may have even been part of the reason why he's willing to come and talk. I don't know. He understands that I think he understands there's something going on here. And that's part of what he's talking about is in order for us to break this cycle of elite control, the way you have to do that is you have to have people within a community of the people who are being controlled, who get together and step up and decide enough is enough, and decide to unite to make things better. And so my thought process on that is when he sees, people like us, just regular old people who are investing in the stock market, and we're running into problems where we have market manipulation and everybody's against us, the quote unquote elite is against us, in seeing us be successful. I think that speaks right up his alley of what it is that he's talking about. So um, again, I need to go review. I know some of the stuff that he's talking about too. He's also I did go to his Twitter feed, and I noticed that some of the stuff that he's talking about has to do with the Sound of Freedom as well. He's talking about I'm gonna mess up the drug name, ando something or other. I don't know. I haven't seen the movie yet, so the name's not stuck in my head. But he also talks about that, and I guess he's been talking about it long before the movie's even been released. So that for me is that's a step, that's a bonus point for me because he was talking about this kind of stuff before the movie even came out, and he recognizes that the child sex trafficking is a problem. Andrew, yeah, adrenochrome. Thank you. I couldn't think of it, Dynamite. Thank you. I appreciate that. So apparently he's been talking about it for a while, and that's a positive point in my book. So Fu says RFK on the climate hoax crap loses all credibility. I don't know what that means. Danny, take care, man. Maccabee says, but if mainstream media claims and adrenochrome and the movie Sound of Freedom is QAnon BS, does that mean that they are saying that QAnon is real? Um, See, this is where that you remember how we've talked about, or I talked about earlier this morning, meme stocks, and how I hate how they lump all these different stocks into one meme group, and they take good ones and bad ones, and it doesn't matter. They just throw them in there, and they're just kind of like, we're gonna mix them all up together. That way, when something bad happens to a quote unquote meme stock, we can say like, see, this is what's gonna happen to everybody else, and then everybody's like, yeah, but look what's happened to this. That's gonna happen to us too because we're a meme stock also. And it's like that's the whole thing with the QAnon, right? Like just because QAnon talks about one thing, that's how they lump everything into one group. They make one bad issue out of something, right? And it's all of a sudden that entire group, anything that's labeled QAnon is now a bunch of BS, right? Because, oh, it must be that, those people are out there way out on the deep end kind of stuff. And it's like, well, wait a minute, there might actually be something to the subject matter, but, screw the whole QAnon thing. Look at the issues. Talk about the issues. Don't try to let people label things into groups. When you start seeing people labeling things into groups, there's a problem, right? Like they don't want to talk about the issue; they want to talk about how it's a theory that's held by a group of people who may be perceived as being very one-sided. So talk about the issue and stay away from the labeling. Which is why I think you can talk about child sex trafficking and not make it a topic of any one group. It's a problem. I don't care which side is seeing it as or who wants to take claim or credit for bringing it to attention. A problem is a problem. You have to recognize the problem. Stop trying to ignore the part where people are trying to take credit or attach it to some kind of group of people. Stop it with that, because that's where they start getting us all confused, right? You sit there, you start going like, oh, QAnon, instant shut off, right? Oh, it must not be real because it's QAnon, whatever. Nah, don't let that happen. Really focus on the topic and say like, is this a real problem or isn't this a real problem? Can we look at data? Can we identify whether or not there is an issue? And if there is, focus on it because it's a problem. Don't let anybody sit there and throw, especially like AMC. Every single time I see somebody throwing us into a group of meme stocks, it pisses me off so much. I'm like, don't you keep my AMC out of your filthy meme stock mouth. Makes me want to slap them. Don't you dare throw me into that meme crap because I know what you're trying to do. You throw me into that meme crap, and next thing you know, I'm just like this other stock over here. It's a piece of crap stock. And I'm not. We're an AMC is not a piece of crap stock. It's a good stock. It's a really good company. It's got potential. And you can't go throwing it in there with other companies and saying like, oh no, it's just like this. No, it's not. It's not just like that at all. It's way different. Danny says Sound of Freedom was great. Brought my kid to it so he can be aware of strangers. Wow. So it's kid appropriate then I would take it because Danny, you don't strike me as the kind of person that would take your kid unless you thought it was appropriate. So, um, that's crazy. I mean, that's good. Casey, I'm Will Smith's voice. Keep my AMC out your damn mouth. Much the same way many throw the word Nazi into the mix. Absolutely. You have to. That's the same exact thing. Every time I ever hear somebody bring out the word Nazi, I go like, you know what? Let's not go there. Let's talk about what we're talking about, and let's leave the Nazis out of it. You know, if you just want to make this a Nazi topic, we can go talk about wars, what happened back then. But let's talk about what's happening right now. See, Maccabees, you're doing it. Be careful. You're saying, what do you think? Because I know where you're going with this. Mel Gibson jumped on onto this, and so now you're doing the exact same thing that they're trying to do. They're trying to disparage against the idea that there's not some kind of child sex trafficking going on by attaching to this to Mel Gibson. You're doing it. That's the exact same thing that what you're doing right now is exactly by attaching names to the topic. You're doing exactly what they want you to do, which is to make this about people and not an issue. Stop trying to attach names to a topic of kids sex trafficking. Who the F cares what Mel Gibson said? They're kids that are being violated. Who cares? I don't give a F what Mel Gibson said. I don't care. I care that there's kids that are getting raped. I care that there's kids getting killed. That's what I care about. I don't give two shits about Mel Gibson. I don't know him. I don't care about what he says. I care about the kids. I don't care who the biggest promoter is of the movie. I care about the issue, Maccabees. It's the issue that's the problem. Stop trying to change the topic from people who are supporting an issue and what they may have been for or against in the past and look and see if there's an issue. If there's an issue, stop focusing on the things that are distractors. I just don't want to talk about Mel Gibson. We're talking about child sex trafficking, and I don't want to change the subject. I don't care about Mel Gibson. Casey, why do you think this topic has been hidden from society for so long, and why is it coming out now? I'd like to think, this is just me. I'd like to think it's because people are becoming more self-aware that there's terrible things that are happening right in front of our eyes. I'd like to believe that we're going through a period of time where where society in general is awakening to the idea that there's bad stuff happening all over the place, and I think we're a direct story of that right now, right? Like every single one of us is awakened to what's happening in these markets, and I think we're seeing things for what they truly are, and that's, I guess, in regards to recovery, that's probably one of the first things you can possibly have in recovery is that you have to admit that there's a problem, right? Maybe we're finally waking up and saying like this is enough. We're tired of this. It's time to start taking a stand against things that are effed up in this world. Maybe that's what it is. I'd like to believe that to be the truth. I can't I can't promise you that's what it is, but that's what I'd like to believe. We're tired of it. We're all tired of being abused. I know I was. I don't feel abused anymore, but I might have to go back to it eventually. I don't want to, but I feel like we're all abused here. Every single one of us. Mick, I have not seen that. Sam says most of this stuff has only been hidden from American citizens. Our lavish society compared to most of the world blinds us from a lot. Bruno, thanks. I heard you. Okay, get your last one out. No, okay, that's good. Thank you. Come over here. I'll reassure you. Okay, there we go. It's okay. We're okay. Janice said, no. Dynamite says, Bruno, are you being abused too? No, he's got his. I got his nice cleaning coming up here. I had to reschedule him for the 21st, but he's got his cleaning coming up. He's gonna be a nice smelling pups. Sam says, and just like people not wanting to believe the stock market can be manipulated, people also don't want to come to the belief in other evils in the within the world. It's true, man. It's so true. Censored content says you can't say people are tired of abuse when you can buy a rubber gimp suit on Amazon. Uh, I can say that, but I would say that some people have just gotten to the point to where they like it. Some people are so accustomed to it that they like it. What did you get for your birthday? I got a gimp suit. All Day 365 says the only question that needs to be realized is why hasn't the client list been released? That's your answer to this entire thing. My understanding is I've seen the list about 2 or 3 times now. And it comes in waves. It comes and goes depending upon when people want to, start pushing the topic again. But I think the list has been out for a while, believe it or not. It's just, I guess the better question is why hasn't it become mainstream to where a lot of people have seen it? Because obviously people like yourself have not. But I do believe that that client list has been out for a long time. I may be mistaken, but I'm pretty sure it's been out. Tom Shanner says, "Look at the spy. Let's check it out." Ho ho, getting a little bit of a rundown. Question is this a rug pull? It did just print a TD9 on the bottom side of a bottom side of candles that are completely outside of a my Bollinger Bands here, which shouldn't happen. So this should reverse here. My guess is that it should come back up to about the simple moving average at the very least. Looks like they're going to make some bag holders out of a bunch of new investors today. It's not the full list. Okay, I don't know. I wouldn't know the full list from an unfull list because I don't know I don't know how long the list is supposed to be. I've seen it like 3 times, that list. Glenn, yeah, actually Glenn's correct. Glenn says that's the plain log list, not the client list. You're absolutely right. You're right. I remember it being the plain log list. Now that you mention that, so you might be right on that. I think you are right. Um, I'm pretty sure it was a plain log list. Broke Ape says 35% don't care. That's exactly why you need to interview Dr. Shiva. I think you guys tried to correct me on how I pronounce his name. I probably need that again. Shiva? Okay, cool. Tammy says I sent you something on Twitter. Okay. Let me check. Oh no. Can I play that, Tammy? It didn't even start playing, and I could tell as soon as I saw what it was, I was like, I know what that's gonna be. Can I play that for everybody to see, or is that not okay? You have to tell me. I don't want to share it if no if no if that's not okay with you. That's pretty funny though. Yeah, I can share. Okay, cool. Hold on a second. Let me this is funny. Can I drag this? How does that work? It doesn't work. This is pretty funny. Holy crap, that comes across on a I gotta think how I can share this without give me just 1 second. That should do it. No? Doesn't want to do that. Hold on a second. I got to try and figure out how to share this without showing my whole screen here. How do I do this? I guess I can do this. That, and then maybe this will work. So much for that. That didn't work. Hold on a second. I gotta share this. This is gonna be funny. I know it's gonna be funny. I haven't even heard it yet, and I know it's gonna be funny. Gosh darn it. Twitter, you suck. Why do they suck so bad? I can't open this. All right. I got a way to do this. You're getting a bunch of messages here. So just ignore them. There we go. If I put in a bunch of zeros, nobody can see, or a bunch of spots in there, nobody can see the rest of the stuff. All right, here we go. This is the video that Tammy sent me here. I'm sure this is going to be pretty funny. I know I can already tell what this is going to be. As soon as I saw this picture, I was like, oh, that's going to be the dog barking at my dog barking. I can just tell. Here we go. Oh, wait. There's no sound. Where's this? Oh, you guys can hear the sound. I can't hear the sound because I have my sound down. Hold on a second. I got to hear this. I didn't get to hear it. You guys got to hear it. I didn't. Let me rewind that. He heard Bruno barking in the background and decided to start barking at the TV. He knew. That's a good dog right there. He knew something was up. He was like, something's wrong. I know it. I can sense it. I can hear the other dog. That's pretty funny. All Day 365 says, I watched the video of Dr. Shiva and you saw how he included Trump in the elite list. You could tell he was formulating doubt and speculation about his competitors. But listen to the message, All Day 365. The message is that they're all in this group together. So it's not like he was trying to. I mean, I see where you're going with that, right? How do you beat out your competitors and you lump them all into one group and you basically say, ooh, evil elites situation, right? And then you can just compile all. You're either an elite or you're an elite tool. Let's just call him a tool. He had a different name for it. I can't remember what it was off the top of my head. But I see where you're going with that. Like that would certainly cause you to think that maybe he has like a specific agenda. But I think the overall message that he's delivering makes a lot of sense. And I would tend to agree with it. Oh, she was only barking me in the van. She didn't hear the Bruno barking in the background. I thought she might. She didn't like me in the van. Janice says, as far as a vote, I don't trust anyone right now. Yeah, I hear that. Actually, Deb, he didn't. He didn't. So he was. You got to go watch the video. Go to Bigham's thing and go watch the whole video because he's basically saying that he's being enabled to be in the position that he's in by the elites as essentially a manipulative tool to create confusion and distrust amongst us, and it's working. I can tell you that, Deb. There's never been more hatred amongst the many, the few, the many, the many who are the few, uh, than ever before. I don't know. I feel like ever before. I mean, we're really getting this huge. You're either way far right or you're way far left anymore, and there doesn't seem to be any middle ground anymore. But you need to go watch that and see, because I think that it's extremely true. I caught her attention. uh, a dog knows a dog when a dog sees a dog. I don't know what to tell you. It must be the beard. It's got to be the beard. No, it's more along the lines of saying Maccabees. It's not claiming that Trump has to be a part of the uniparty. It's more about saying he's being enabled, right? Like if you know that a person's going to go in and do exactly what it is that you need to have done in order to create confusion and chaos, then you enable that person to have that position so that you can get what it is that you need out of it. So while he may not necessarily, I know so many people want to just side with Trump instantly. He may just simply being enabled to do what it is that he does so that he can create confusion and distrust against many people. So, and when you look at it from that perspective, when you go in and you look and see how much of a divide that Trump created within the general public, it was massive. It was a massive divide, and so many people. You guys, even to this point in time, with a sitting president that's been off of being president for 3 years, are still standing there defending him poignantly to the point to where you're willing to fight for the idea that he's not a separator of people when he and truly very much is. You can't get a person who separates the people any more than Trump. He is not a uniter of the people. But you're going to stand by him no matter what. And that's the point. When you start to realize that the point there is that he functioned exactly the way that they wanted him to function to create that divide. That's where you start to realize, oh shit, he got used. He got used to basically divide the general populace. I mean, if you think about it, and I wanted this just as much as everybody else did. He's talking about going in and draining the swamps, right? When you go back and you look back at his presidency, all he got from day one was is that he was, the dealing with Russia, that he was some kind of Russia operative, and he never had the opportunity to do what it is that he said that he was going to go do. He got into office and he couldn't drain the swamp. Why couldn't he drain the swamp? Because they got him in a position and then they just tied his hands for 4 years. behind his back and let him sit there and be this person who said that they were going to do things that we all wanted to see done, but we didn't get it. And all we got instead was this massive divide between people because he wanted to do things that were things that a lot of us wanted to see done, but couldn't perform anything. Now, I don't even want to go into he was playing golf. I mean, it's just he couldn't get anything done. And here's the crazy part. He had the Supreme Court. He had the side of the legislators, right? He had all three branches of government on his side, him being one of them. He had all three. And he got nothing done. That's how bad they gimped him. Do you know how many presidents would die, would be able to get crap done if they had all three? No, I shouldn't say die. I mean, they would just try. Getting all three, you should be able to get countless amounts of things done with all three. And he hardly got anything accomplished. Not anything that wasn't undone almost as soon as he left office. Okay, so you can say that a big cause of, backstabbing him right in the back. So who do you think was doing that? And why were they doing it? And were they doing it on purpose? Absolutely. So he was getting big time used. And not only that, but he had every single person that was in on his staff ended up being somebody who was trying to backstab him. Absolutely. It was insane. Absolutely insane. He didn't have all three. Yes, he did. He had all three. Not at the end, but he did. He absolutely did have all three. Something like that would help. Carlton Jones says term limits across the board. I really think that that's something that we need to do. I tend to agree with you. The only way that we're really going to start fixing things is if we really kind of limit the amount of time that people can have control for. Because obviously, the longer that they have control, the more rooted they become, and the less productive things we get out of them. All right, it's 11 o'clock. It's time to take a look at the numbers and see what we got going on here. I'm gonna take you guys over the other page. And we'll see what's happening here. Remember, I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are saying, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, or concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the page again. And while I'm moving some screens around, I'm going to end what I was talking about real quickly with the idea that, you know, one of the things that I've loved the most about AMC and that I've tried to maintain not doing is talking about politics. And the reason I try not to talk about politics is because I know that it's a dividing topic. We can't agree on that kind of stuff. Why? We have been so brainwashed into believing that we have to believe a certain way. And you guys, some of y'all are probably, those of you who are Republicans right now are thinking I'm saying that you're the brainwashed ones. And some of y'all who are Democrats right now are thinking I'm saying you're the brainwashed ones. And I'm not saying either one of you all are brainwashed. I'm saying you're all brainwashed. Every single one of you on both sides are brainwashed to believe that you have to hate the other side. And we're all on the same team. And that's why I don't like talking about politics, because we're here to fight for AMC. And I try to keep the politics away from that, because we need to understand that we're on the same team together, regardless of whether or not politics is an issue, which it is. But it's not something that we're trying to fight. That's something else. But we're all brainwashed into thinking that we have to hate each other because of ideas. And we don't. We can fight for things together. AMC is a perfect example. There are things that we can fight for, and then we can choose to sit there and beat each other down left and right over stupid topics, things that are just meant to be distractions. Or we can fight for stuff that matters. I'd rather fight for stuff that matters, like kids. But you know what? I'm fighting for AMC right now. And kids. So go see Sound of Freedom. All right, let's take a look at our numbers and see what we got going on here. Starting with off exchange for AMC, normally by this time of the day, I would expect to see about 62% going through off exchange and EDGX combined. We got 55.1% going through off exchange, EDGX at 7.84%. It's at 62.94% in total. It's about 0.94% higher than what I would expect to see. CHX volume is at 0.19 with a 30-day average of 3.4, which is obviously below the amount that I would expect. What am I trying to say? It's not very high. We don't have very high CHX volume right now. On APE, off exchange now at 61.83%. EDGX is at 8%. The combined total 69.83%. That's about 7.83% higher than it should be. CHX volume is 0. Taking a look at GME, CHX volume for the day-to-day is at 0.12 with a 30-day average of 0.36. Nothing unusually abnormal happening there. And then taking a look at Ortex data. Returned shares for the day-to-day, it's 374,000 shares returned as of an hour ago. It's now 698,000 shares. Excuse me. 698,000 shares so far for the day-to-day. That's going to drop that short share interest of the free float to 22.44%. Cost borrow average, or min, is 8.27, average is 939.46, and max is at 1,006 shares. Day over day, shares on loan is at 177.85 million shares today. Day over day, that's a drop by about 60,000 shares that were returned. Ortex estimated about 52,000 of that was in short interest, so almost all of it short interest that was closed out yesterday. Not a whole lot, though. It's kind of a drop in the bucket, to be honest. I said to be honest. Why am I doing that? Stop doing that, Casey. 411,000 shares an hour ago on APE having been borrowed. It's now 405,000 shares. That's not really going to change the estimated short share interest of the free flow, which is at 4.6%. Only one borrow for the day-to-day for that 422,000 shares at a 6.2% rate. Shares on loans at 8.07 million shares. That's 310,000 shares less than yesterday. Options, highest amount of call volume so far for the day-to-day. At least an hour ago, was at a $4.50 strike, where we had 7.8 thousand contracts. We now have 11.9 thousand contracts there. There is some put and call volume at that $9 strike going up again today, but it's only about 300 contracts so far. On puts, highest amount of put volume was at a 8.5 or 8.7. Highest amount of volume an hour ago was at a $4 strike. It was 8.7 thousand contracts. It's now 10,000. Do note the additional amounts of volume kicking in at $4.5, $5, $6, and $6.50 volume on puts. Combined price of AMC and APE is currently at $6.29. It's about 5 cents lower than what I was expecting to see by the end of the day today. We still have not hit the end of the day run up yet. We may retest this Fibonacci retracement down here at $6.27, which you can't see because it's on the right-hand side of the page. But that's what it is. We may bounce off that. We may break through it. We'll see. I'm suspecting a bounce. Orders by Fidelity customers, AMC, APE, and GME are the only three I'm looking for on this list, and they are not on there due to low volume. Trigger price for SSR is at $3.95. APE at 1.719. Shares available to borrow is at 0. There's been no change in the last hour, and when we saw, or 2 hours since we saw it around market open, or there a little bit before maybe, we saw 2 shares returned and then reborrowed back out again. Fees are at 974.9% on the last reporting. NASDAQ is up 0.72, Dow Jones is up 0.41, and the SP 500 is up 0.61. We have 4,071 advancers to 2,153 decliners. The market's not cooking with bacon grease like it was before and is definitely heading in a more declining direction now. Banks. I don't know why I said it like that. Let's see here. Let it update. Any day now. Big movers. Silvergate up 12.5. Western Alliance up 3.56. Zion is up 4.32. Coinbase down 4.51. Citigroup's pretty close. It's up 2.73, so I'm gonna shout it out. And that's it. Those are the biggest movers, plus or minus 2.75% or greater. Ethereum Classic is down on a downtrend right now, down 1.04% for the day-to-day. US dollar is down 1.11 at $1.60 or 100.6. It is finding that support down there at about 150 or 100.5 rather. WTI or oil is up 0.24 and on an uptrend. Mortgage-backed securities are up anywhere from 0.86 to 0.97 and on an uptrend. SPY is up 0.6 and on a downtrend. VIX is negative 6.94%. And ooh, look at that retest right there. Look at the VIX spiking all of a sudden. The volatility suddenly spiking up really quickly and then coming back down. It looks like it wanted to break that. It wanted to break that line pretty bad. VBR coming up 0.78% and on a downtrend. VB is up 0.69 on a downtrend. Tesla up 0.89 on a downtrend. Amazon up 0.27 on a downtrend. Cinemark 2.54 up and on a downtrend. Doge is down 1.13 on a downtrend. Bitcoin down 0.63 on a downtrend at 30.4K a coin. GME is down 0.71. Consolidating after a slight downtrend. Well, no, it was a downtrend. HYMC is up 6.51 and slight downtrend. NCMI is up 0.84 and consolidating. Hood is down 0.42 on a downtrend. Ape is up 0.26 on a downtrend. And AMC is down 0.43 consolidating. Inflow versus outflow for the day-to-day, we have approximately, let's just call it $300,000 more outflow than inflow. Close enough. Let's see here. Did I say that right? Yeah. 8.26 million shares traded so far on AMC after 160 minutes worth of trading. Putting us on a pace for 20.13 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested somewhere between 5 and 25. We're on pace for that On a 4-hour chart, we've got more buying pressure and selling pressure with an RSI 56.35, which is above average, slightly above average. On a 1-hour chart, we've got more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI 53.52, which is slightly above average. On a 30-minute interval, there's more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 49.17, which is average. On a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with a divergence in the vortex indicator within the last 5 minutes. RSI is at 44.9, which is slightly below average. On APE, there is approximately $600,000 more inflow than outflow. 4.63 million shares traded so far. It looks like it's getting some additional volume here in the last hour or so that has just kind of suddenly appeared after 161 minutes of trading. The pace is now 11.21 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested somewhere between 1 and 20 million. It looks like we're going to hit that on a 4-hour time interval. More selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 63.63, which is signaling above average. It was overbought, had signaled overbought earlier this morning. On a 1-hour chart, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 54.3, which is slightly above average. On a 30-minute interval, we've got more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 51.83, which is average. And on a 5-minute interval, we have equal amounts of buying and selling pressure with an RSI of 41.18, which is below average. And with that, that's all I got for you guys. How much of a, oh boy. I really stirred the pot. I saw a bunch of messages go by here. Oh man, I stirred the pot. See, this is why I never really talk politics in here. I try to stay away from it. This makes me really feel like the idea behind bringing in Dr. Shiva is probably not a good idea. Just because I feel like, politics is going to be what it, boils down to. I'd rather him focus on talking about the elites conversation that I had seen him talk about, but Batter says CPI data was okay, right? It improved, but I think it was only temporary. So it went from 4 down to 3, and the Fed's looking to hit 2, but inflation has not gone away yet. So very shortly, Batter, what you're going to end up seeing happen is you're going to see the price of energy starting to skyrocket. And when that does, you're going to see the CPI numbers shooting back up again. Splinter says cup and handle on Ape dating back to June 22nd. Let's see. That's probably not a bad call out. If that's the case, then we'll have to see price rising back up to just about $2. Perhaps maybe with it by the end of this week, if that were the case, and then we should see subsequently following after that, we should see price probably retracing back down to somewhere around 182 before the big jump up again. I'm roughly estimating. I could calculate it out and find out for sure, but it'd probably be around 182, which is the number I think we were stuck at for a hot minute or two. Maybe not. I feel like I guess it was around 177 that we were stuck at for a hot minute. Yeah, that's a very strong possibility. Jim says you can't avoid talking about politics when talking about elites since the elites control the politicians. I know. Hmm. How about that? Roaster Guy says Bigums is setting a live stream date with Dr. Shiva as well. Just tweeted it. That's awesome. Well, then maybe I won't do it. I don't need to do it if he's going to. Adding up the top two contender ages for 2024, you get like 160 years. Papa Mac, I don't know if you've ever heard me say this or not. 10 years ago, no, more than that. It had to be more than that. Hunter's just about, I guess he's 18, so he was probably like 17, 15, 7, somewhere between 15 and 17 years ago. Bradley would have been about 4 years old, and Hunter maybe about one. And they had, do you remember those? Do you remember those puzzles where you would like of the country, and you had to take each state and put it into the different right spots before you get the puzzle to complete. And sometimes it would have like it would say like the state name and maybe the capital or something like that. It was just a good learning tool for kids. And so the kids had one of those, but uh, it wasn't for the country. It was for presidents from the past, and so it had all the presidents on there. And on each one of those blocks, or it wasn't really, I don't know what to call it, little pegs with a piece of wood, and with the image on the of the president, it had little facts on there in regards to uh, the the year the president was born, the year that they became president, and how many years they served in office. And I decided to do this really interesting thing where I took all the presidents and I sorted them into groups based on age when when they became president, and I lined them all up. Right, I lined them all up on there, and I started putting them into their groups, and I think I may have had like a 2 or 3 year increment period, so some of them were stacked in the same groups and stuff. And then I took a look at the spread of the presidents on that page, and the outlying standing um, commonality for me that I saw was that majority of the most memorable and successful presidents of this country were in the top half of age when they went into service as a president, or when they took the Oval Office. And I thought that was really interesting. I never would have. I didn't really think about age as, uh, you know, like how successful you may be as a president as being age related. Maybe it's based off of experience and what you've lived through, or maybe even who you know. I don't know. But there was a very, very strong correlation to strong presidents for this country in the top uh, age brackets. Um, and I don't know. It kind of told me that sometimes maybe you want old people running stuff because maybe they're smarter. you know, them old people, they got some smarts on them. They've been around the block a few times. But I just thought it was kind of interesting. So I don't really, whenever it comes to age and electing somebody into office, It enlightened me to the point to where I was like, I'm not going to use age as a determining factor as to whether or not, they should be in office. I'm going to use it as a way to determine whether or not they have perhaps maybe a lot of experience, and then I'm gonna gauge them on that. Like, does their life experience meet their age? Right? Like, have they accomplished a lot of things in their lifetime, or have they just done like did they really just not start doing really things until later on, or what do they do they are they smart, or are they holding up on their old age? That's another thing. So anyways, just thought I'd throw that out there because I always found that as very interesting. Uh, an interesting statistic that I saw, because I mean, I think a lot of people would say that there were other good presidents that were really, really on the good, that were on the low end of the spectrum of how old they were, and you might not be wrong about that, but the overwhelming group of them were in the older portion, the older half. Yep, exactly, Papa Mac. Age to me is a factor based on an individual. It can be an asset or it can be a hindrance, depending on the person's mental age. Yep, absolutely, exactly. But see, my thought before I went into that experiment of trying to see where the presidents fell into that order. My thought process was, oh, we're probably going to find out that I'm going to find out that the lower half is going to be the good presidents because their mind's young and fresh, and the older half is probably going to be the ones that were just kind of less of the really good presidents are going to be in the older half. And it was when I was surprised by what I found, it really caused me to think like, okay, well, maybe I should have a different perspective on age and whether or not you can complete the job. So exactly what you said is correct. It really depends on each individual, and age really shouldn't be a factor. Like, you shouldn't hold that against them, I guess is what I'm trying to say. All right. Dev's like, I want a president who can poop himself in public. That's funny. I'm going to go to break. 42% of you say you don't care. 48% says yes. Um, I would probably be more inclined to say if you don't care. To me, here's what my fear is. Right, like I told you how I feel about politics and bringing it here. If 42% of you don't care if you hear from them or not, then you probably will care once you hear from them. Meaning that I should probably add you the 42% under the no votes. Even though I know you said you don't care, what it means to me is that you don't necessarily want to hear. So it doesn't matter to you one way or the other. I probably won't do it then, especially if Biggums is already going to do it. If Biggums is going to go for it, I'll probably back off and just be like, we don't need to hear from him twice. Y'all can go get the information on Biggums' channel. And that's not me being disgruntled. I just don't think we need to hear from the dude twice. He can say what he has to say once to this community, and he doesn't have to come back. Doesn't have to visit each one of us to get the information out to people. So I'm glad Bigums is doing it. That's great. I hope we get to hear from him. Alrighty, guys, I'm gonna take off for break here. Let me put up the message. I don't mind being the small guy around town. All right. I will see you guys back at 12:10. It's time to take a look at these numbers. I'm going to take you guys over to the other page here. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, or concerns from me specifically until you see that big tramp back up on the screen again. Also, two-factor authentication, if you don't have it, you may want to consider getting it, as it could prevent somebody from getting into your account that shouldn't be in your account. When you do sign up for that, make sure you have a secondary device attached if their broker allows that to be the case. That way you can rest assured that if something should happen to your primary device, you'll still have a backup to get into your account. Heed this warning carefully. Make sure you have a picture, screenshot, video footage, an actual hard statement, electronic or physical statement of your ownership of the shares that you hold through your broker or brokers. Don't take it upon them to be accountable for holding onto that information for you. That should be your responsibility and may end up being your responsibility. So make sure you have that information. I cannot stress enough. All right, let's see what we got going on. Starting with off exchange, by this time of the day, I would expect to see about 63% going through off exchange and EDGX combined. On AMC, we got 60.07% going through off exchange, EDGX 6.84. The combined total 66.91%. That's about 3.91% higher than it should be. CHX volume is at 0.28 of the total daily volume with the 30-day average of 3.38. It's only 29,000 shares so far, not a whole lot. On Ape, off exchange is at 62.81%, EDGX is at 7.88. The combined total on that's 70.69%. That's about 7.69% higher than I would expect than by this time of the day usually. CHX volume is 0. A lot of price suppression going on both AMC and APE right now. CHX volume for GME is at 0.1 with a 30 average of 0.36. Nothing unusual happening there. As of an hour ago on Ortex, there was approximately 698,000 shares having been returned for the day. That has not changed in the last hour. That leaves our estimated short share interest of the free float at 22.44%, and the cost to borrow numbers are still the same. Shares on loan today was at 177.85 million shares. That's 0.06 or 60,000 shares having been returned day over day. I don't know why I said 0.0 or what I was about to say there. I guess it's 0.06 thousand. I don't know, million. I'm not sure. Anyways, 0.06 million is probably what I was going to say. Ortex estimated that of that 60,000 shares that was returned, about 52,000 of that was in short interest that was returned, almost all of it. On Ape, as of an hour ago, there was approximately 405,000 shares having been borrowed for the day. It's now 400. That's going to cause the estimated short share interest of the free float to remain the same at 4.59%. Only one borrowed a day for 422,000 shares for a 6.2% rate. Shares on loan for the day today is at 8.07 million shares. That's 310,000 shares less on loan today than yesterday. Options. Highest amount of call volume so far for the day today we've seen is at a $4.50 strike. As of an hour ago, there was approximately. Oh wait, it's $9. There you go. There's your contracts coming in for calls and puts at a $9 strike. Another 13,500 contracts. That's actually currently the highest amount of volume for the day today on calls and puts. But for a $4.50 strike, as of an hour ago, there was 11.9 thousand contracts. There's now 13.4. And on puts volume, the highest an hour ago was at a $4 strike. It was 10,000 contracts. It's now 11.6. But again, that those put contracts at $9 strike outweigh that at 13.3 thousand contracts. Kind of crazy. Combined price of AMC and APE is currently at $6.31, about 3 cents lower than what I'm expecting to see for a close by the end of the day today. What I'm kind of anticipating after our initial drop down here and retest of around 628 combined is a push towards this Fibonacci retracement at 636, and then it bounce off that a little bit towards the end of the day today, coming back down just a tad bit, maybe to 634 for that close. Combined between AMC and APE. Orders by Fidelity customers, AMC, APE, and GME are the only three I'm looking for on this list, and I do not see us on there. Likely due to low volume. Trigger price for SSR for the day today is at $3.95, APE at 1.719. No change in the last couple hours here. Fees were last seen at 974.9%. Look at that barcoding. Isn't that beautiful? NASDAQ is up 1.07. Dow Jones is up 0.42. S&P 500 is up 0.8. We have 4,244 advancers and 2,019 decliners. The market's ever so slightly more advancing now than it was an hour ago, but not cooking with bacon grease just yet again. Big bank movers. Let's see what we got. I'm only looking for banks that have moved plus or minus 2.75% or greater for the day today. Silvergate's up 20%. Western Alliance up 4.19. First Horizon up actually, let's forget First Horizon. Zion up 3.99. Coinbase down 3.33. Citigroup's real close at 2.7. S&P Global's up 2.81. And that's it. Ethereum Classic is starting to head positive. It's up 0.01 right now. Getting a little bit of consolidation after an uptrend, but it's consolidation on a downtrend currently. US dollars down 1.13% and consolidating on a slight downtrend, heading towards that 100.5 Fibonacci level retracement of support. Oil is up 1.1% for the day today and on an uptrend still. Mortgage-backed securities are up 1.04% and or anywhere from 1.04 to 1.12 on an uptrend. And SPY is up 0.83 on an uptrend. VIX is down 7.14% and trending up currently, but I don't know. I want to say ever since probably around 11:40 this morning, we've had pretty much mostly consolidation with a few spikes here and there. These spikes are really, really, really interesting. Somebody's moving position. So in order to understand why you would see a spike like this, you have to kind of understand what happens in options and how options affect the VIX rating, the volatility index. So something's going on with volatility when you see these big spikes like this in regards to the derivatives. Somebody's shuffling large positions around. And so we're seeing these big spikes here. VBR is up 1.02% and increasing on an uptrend. VB is up 1.07% on an uptrend. Tesla is up 1.31 on an uptrend. Amazon is up 0.94 on an uptrend. Cinemark is up 2.67 on a uptrend. Doge is down 0.7 on a current consolidation. It looks just like Ethereum on an uptrend, but current consolidation And Bitcoin is currently consolidating as well on a slight downtrend. GME is down 0.75 and consolidating. HYMC up 5.98% and consolidating with a current downtrend. NCMI is down 0.12, consolidating. Hood is up 0.85 with an uptrend. Ape is up 0.79, consolidating. AMC is down 0.23, consolidating. Inflow versus outflow on Ape. Almost $600,000 more inflow than outflow. Actually, it's a little more than 600,000. 10.88 million shares traded so far for the day today. After excuse me, after 233 minutes worth of trading, we're on pace for 18.21 million shares traded by the end of the day today. That is within the 5 to 25 million I suggested in pre-market on a 4-hour chart. We've got more buying pressure and selling pressure with an RSI of 58.48, which is above average. On a 1-hour chart, more selling pressure than buying pressure with a divergence in the vortex indicator within the last 2 hours, RSI 56.81, which is slightly above average. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 54.07, which is slightly above average. And on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 59.3, which is above average. On Ape, we have approximately $1 million more inflow than outflow. 5.69 million shares traded so far. After 234 minutes worth of trading, we are on a pace for 9.48 million shares traded by the end of the day today. That is within the 1 to 20 million I suggested in pre-market. On a 4-hour chart, we've got more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 64.89, which is above average. On a 1-hour chart, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 55.24, which is just slightly above average. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 53.54, which is slightly above average. And on a 5-minute interval, equal amounts of buying and selling pressure with an RSI of 51.2, which is average. Looks like we got some news in here. Let's see what's popping up. Oh, they're gonna catch me on this. I'm gonna read it. Investor place. I know there's gonna be a big old button here. AMC stock alert. Is AMC really worth just 50 cents? And of course, there's gonna be a big old but. Let's see what they say. Share of AMC stock are in the spotlight after Roth MKM analyst Eric Handler maintained his sell rating and price target of just 50 cents. Handler's price target reflects a downside of over 85% from the current price. According to TipRanks, Handler has rated AMC 44 times with a success rate of 67% and an average return of 9.29%. In addition, Handler has an overall success rate of 60% and an average return of 10.3%. Among all 8,495 Wall Street analysts tracked by TipRanks, Handler ranks number 621 among all 34,085 experts tracked by the site. Handler ranks at 1,658. Handler's maintained price target of 50 cents is likely due to the potential conversion of AMC preferred equity units into AMC. Let's get into the details. Roth MKM maintains AMC stock price target of 50 cents. The 2-day hearing to discuss the conversion wrapped up in the end of last month. Before that, Special Master Corrine Elise Amato had issued a recommendation in favor of the conversion. However, it's ultimately up to the Vice Chancellor Morgan Zern to decide the fate of the conversion. Unfortunately, she actually doesn't decide the fate of the conversion. This is a bunch of bullshit. Unfortunately for shareholders, Zern stated that she would not provide advance notice on when her decision would be released. Still, it's likely that the decision will be unveiled sooner than later. Bundled along with Zern's decision is also the right for AMC to initiate a 1-for-10 reverse stock split and increase authorized common. This is bullshit. They're making up shit. Her decision isn't basing on whether or not AMC can do these things or not. This is ridiculous. Citi analyst Jason Bazinet echoes a similar tone to Handler. Bazinet has a sell rating and a price target of $1.65, which was recently reiterated. The analysts believe that the conversion is likely to occur and that the prices of AMC and APE should converge. We expect the court to rule in favor of the company, consequently clearing a path for the firm to convert its APE units into AMC common units and issue incremental common units. As a result, we would expect that the value of AMC common units and APE units to converge. Bazinet likely believes that AMC will drop lower while APE will rise, as evident by his AMC price target. AMC currently trades over $2 above APE. On the date of publication, Eddie Pan did not hold either directly or indirectly any positions in the securities mentioned in this article. The opinions expressed in this article are those of the writer, subject to investorplace.com. They need to get their shit right. I'm sorry. That just pisses me off. Like, get your reporting right. If you don't know what you're talking about, don't talk about it. Keep my AMC stock out your mouth. Let's see what this other one says. Hot research. Cinemark stocks up with why this analyst reversed course. Yeah, I know this is going to be an attempt to, and of course it's attached to AMC because AMC is mentioned here. Looks like Cinemark's reporting August 4th, according to this publication here. Just throwing that out there. All right. Waste of life reading those articles. That doesn't look right. There we go. Andrew says, Casey, win Mission Impossible. I'm actually going to make a solid effort to make sure that I see Sound of Freedom first. So the question really should be is when will I see Sound of Freedom first? And that's probably, if I had to guess, maybe Friday. If we can get out to a movie on Friday. But I'm gonna commit to seeing Sound of Freedom first, and then perhaps after that, then we can discuss when I'll see Mission Impossible. So my guess is it won't be until at least next week, at the earliest. When Barbie movie, I'm probably not gonna go see that one. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, but I don't know. I mean, I was never into Barbies as a kid, so I don't really know why I would have an interest in. I don't know anything about Barbies. So I don't know why I would enjoy the movie. Deb says analysts. Uh, you don't understand. I spent many years working in engineering and had to write analyze so many times in my lifetime, and every single time I'd go to write analyze, I'd chuckle. And I hated it. I hated it because I was like, damn it, why does it make me laugh every time? And I know exactly why it made me laugh, but I'm trying to be serious at work, and I'm putting in analyze, and will analyze, product based off of current defects or whatever, and analyze. So many years. Little tiny word like that makes me laugh. Yeah. Pyroporn says it couldn't stop Beavis from appearing in your brain. It's like more like Butthead. He's sitting there going, uh, He said analyze. Also, I noted um, you all said that Bigums was getting. Oh, no. Bigums says, "Don't step aside from me, my friend. Do one also. More information we get out, the better." So you guys told me Bigums was getting an interview. That he tweeted that out, and so I went to Bigums' tweet, and I said I'd also reached out to the Doctor Shiva. I should probably call him by his last name, but I'm really afraid that I'll get it wrong. It's Ayyadurai, and I would pronounce it as Ayaduri. Ayaduri. I don't know. I'm probably horribly destroying it, and I apologize, Dr. Ayaduri, if I am. And you're listening. So, anyways, I told Bigums that I had also contacted him and got an email to set up an interview. But now that I knew that he was doing it, that I was going to step aside, and I couldn't wait to watch the interview. Now Bigums is telling me not to step aside and do an interview also, and I'm just kind of like, nah, I don't know that I really. I mean, I can't imagine somebody speaking better than. I can't imagine myself speaking better than Bigums, and I would hate to. I don't know. I don't want to follow that up. That's like I don't know. I'm gonna pass. I'm gonna pass. He'll do a much better job than I would. Deb says my Barbies were. I mean, and that's the other thing. Look at how I talk around here. Gregory says, "Who is this person Bigums is interviewing?" Um, all I can tell you is that Bigums put out a post the other day with a guy, and he was talking about how the elitists control the general public, and it was a really cool video. The presentation, it was kind of long for my taste. It was like over 10 minutes long, or about 10 minutes long. But I actually sat through the whole thing, and for me, that's saying a lot because I don't usually sit through like videos that are longer than 10 minutes. I think it was might have been even 20-minute video, and so I listened to what the guy had to say, and I really agreed a lot with what it is that he had to say. I feel like a lot of what we're experiencing here in our awakening of what at least what I would like to say is our awakening of understanding how the market is manipulated the way that it is, and what we've learned over the last 2 years together. That this is kind of the stuff that this Dr. Shiva is talking about, and how the elites control not just the market, but the basically the world around us. And the guy is I didn't know this at the time when I was watching the video, but apparently he's going to be running for president. I'm not sure when, who knows. And when I saw his video, I was like, he'd be a fun guy to interview. I'd like to talk to him, see what his thoughts are about what it is that we're our quote unquote awakening over here, in contrast to the greater awakening of the general public about some of the just the in general crap that's going on around us. We're all sitting here talking about UFOs when really we should be talking about sex trafficking of kids. To me, that's worth talking about, because it's a problem. We don't have a UFO problem. I know so many people want to talk and believe in UFOs and all this, that, and the other, but it's a distraction, and you're meant to look that direction for a reason. They want you to look into UFOs and be worried about UFOs so they can distract your attention away from some of the real important issues that are happening, such as our economy and how shitty it is, and how kids are being. I don't even like saying like kids getting molested and freaking a terrible economy, because because it's like I'm trying to say like our economy is just as bad, but we're getting raped everywhere, man. We're everything around us is just absolute. We're all being abused, and really this is just a kind of a big awakening, I think, from the general public, and hopefully the awakening continues, and we really open our eyes to what's happening around us instead of just as aliens believe. Yeah. No, there he is right there. Hey, Bigums, how's it going, man? By the way, Bigums, if it's really you, send me a DM so I know so that I can add you in as a moderator. I always like to make sure that's the real Bigums. So I always ask anybody who comes on who's a YouTube personality to send me a DM and just to verify. That way I can add a check mark next year. Give you a tool. That way I know that it's really you when you come in here and not just somebody fake. I've had that happen plenty of times in the past. But I was just talking about it, Bigums, and I mean I appreciate you saying I should do it too. I really do appreciate it, but like nobody would. I couldn't nearly. There's no way I could probably interview him probably as well as you could. So I would prefer one person from the community talk to him. I appreciate you coming in and saying like hey, you should do it too. I really do appreciate it, but you'll do a good job. I'll tell you what. Maybe I'll send you a question or two that I would have asked, or something like that, and maybe you can throw them in there. I don't know. Whatever. But you'll do a good job. I'm confident of it. It is really Bigums, guys. Do it with you? You heard it here first, folks. No. I don't. Hold on a second here. I'm adding you as a moderator. All right. I'll tell you what. Keep me in the loop as to what's happening in regards to what the time frame is and how that's going to work out, because who knows, maybe I've got something scheduled during that time and I can't do it and I can't drop what it is I'm doing. So just keep me in the loop as to what's going on with that, and yeah, maybe we can do that. Everybody's saying, oh, Billy, Billy, Billy. Sounds good, man. And just out of curiosity, did he give you an email address on who to set that up with? Because if he didn't give it to you, I've got an email address that you can use. Or here, actually, you're already in my DMs. I'm gonna send you the email address that I got. That way you can just verify it with what you have, and if it's the same email address and all that kind of stuff, I'm gonna copy and paste what he sent to me, and then and send it to you, and then you can see it. So I don't know. I'm sure you're already in talks and whatnot. So I actually did pull it, Aaron, earlier this morning, before Bigums actually put up there that he was going to be doing the interview. I had no clue he was doing one, and I pulled you guys to find out if you wanted me to interview Dr. Shiva in the first place, because I kind of thought like uh, I always I don't like bringing in politics into this, because I hate we've got enough baggage as it is. I hate throwing more baggage on top here. And so you guys said 47% of you said yes, 42% said you don't care, and that's not bad. I didn't mean to say that in a way that you don't care. I mean, it's okay to not care. That's fine. I respect the honesty. And then no got 10%. And I kind of view like the don't care portion of you guys as being like, you know, one way or the other, it doesn't really bother you, and so I kind of want to lump you in with like the no's, just because you probably, if you did hear somebody and it ended up upsetting you, or maybe got you riled up or whatever, maybe you would care, and maybe you don't want to care. So I kind of threw you guys into that no section. But and then when somebody said Bigums was already doing the interview, I was like, oh, that's cool. That's great. All right, sweet. That's awesome. I just read what you wrote there, Bigums. That's great. I'm glad to hear it. Ask him about hot Koch in the interview. You know that's not going to go over well. He's not going to understand that. You know, Bigums, I was telling everybody earlier this morning that I had already contacted you about doing an interview with you one time, just because I've always been about being here to record history and documenting who's making the history here. And I've done Cat Striker, and you've already said yes to doing one, and I keep failing to send you a message to try and get together with you to do it, Bigums. So be on the watch. You know, maybe in the near future I'll get you on and we can do that. We can do that interview together because there's definitely pivotal people I think in this community who have helped to kind of keep that positive, upbeat, emotional roller coaster ride that we've been in. You've been that positive side to it, you know. So I want to make sure that you have your chance at going down in history in the history books here as being an influential part. Not that you haven't gone down in the history books on your own, uh, but I would certainly love the opportunity to just do that interview with you. So I'll send you out an email eventually. One of these days when I get off my butt and I actually start doing some things. Guys, Bigums doesn't hang out here all the time. So if we start talking about butt drugs, he's gonna start wondering. If you haven't seen it, Bigums, you gotta look it up online. I'm sure if you probably just go to YouTube and you type in butt drugs, it'll probably pop up there. I'm sure it's gonna affect your search history at some point. Maybe I'll just send it to you. It's funny. It's funny as hell, man. We like to laugh around here. That'll bring them back. Wait. I just gotta show them. Maybe we should just show them. We'll show them what butt drugs are all about. All right, hold on. It's worth a laugh. Hold on a second. Oh man. Butt drugs commercial. That's what you got to look up. I think it's probably this one. This is a stupid Ellen. All right, well, we'll play this anyways because it's probably the only place I know where to find it. Here we go. All right, this is what Dr. Shiva has to look forward to here, Bigums. this wild, rowdy bunch we are.
There's a cry across the heartland, a yearning for the days gone by. And in little old Corden, Indiana, they're happy and they'll tell you why. They got butt drugs. They love butt drugs. Butt drugs. Butt drugs.
I recommend butt drugs for everybody.
I can always count on butt drugs.
When I think drugs, I think butt drugs. For all my health needs, I turn to butt drugs.
You want hometown service, cheap hot coffee, and liquor. Now that's the ticket. Butt drugs.
We love butt drugs.
Butt drugs won't let you down.
Butt drugs.
Free parking in the rear. I love butt drugs.
Anyways, yeah. So this is the rowdy bunch we got around here, Bigums. So, welcome. Oh boy, gotta love butt drugs. that is one hell of a laugh. Hey, look, there's our neighborhood butt drugs now saying free parking in the rear. That's my favorite line. Oh man, that's some good stuff. We got about 13 more minutes here, guys, before I take a look at the numbers again. I have to get serious on you. Batter says, dang, all kinds of tickers going bananas sky high, hoping Amy follows soon. Let's take a look at SPY real quick here. Let's see what we got going on. SPY is starting a little bit of an uptrend that it was on for a little bit, but starting to swing to the bottom side. The bottom side. Remember I changed my Bollinger Bands here, guys. Excuse me. So this is with my Bollinger Band settings the way that they are, this is still probably a pretty aggressive attack up. And seeing price come back down to the simple moving average is probably very, very likely, and so you saw it testing off the simple moving average, and now it's starting to bounce off of that a little bit and heading back up here. So it does look like it's getting a little bit of a positive momentum swing. Blood drugs. Oh, man. This is how you receive people into the community. You say, "Welcome, welcome to the community. Have you had your butt drugs today?" Welcome, Bigums. Have you had your butt drugs? That's funny. Right now, some of the cryptocurrencies are a little bit down, but they do look like they're starting to swing the other direction. Let's take a look at Bitcoin real quick here. For the most part, it's consolidating. I do have it on the 1 minute time scale. It looks like it's still consolidating on a slight downtrend. Doge also still kind of consolidating after seeing a little bit of a drop there. I think one of the more important things that I'm looking at here on VIX, though, are these spikes earlier. These big spikes from 1362 all the way up to 1423, breaking this really long resistance level of resistance that we've seen. It's kind of an indication to me here of a lot of option trades that occurred that would have created a lot of volatility. So as those numbers jumped pretty quickly and then came right back down again. But as of right now, the VIX is just consolidating. We are testing $4.43. This is the level that we've had a really difficult time breaking through in the past. On our way up here, we've been touching on this Bollinger Band to the top side, so it's probably going to bounce off the 443, come back down and retest the simple moving average. Again, I'm trying to be serious right now because I'm like trying not to laugh about the whole butt drugs thing. Because last time I went over this whole, you guys got me down this butt drug stuff. I couldn't stop laughing for like an hour. I was laughing like the whole rest of the day. I couldn't stop every time and now we got somebody in here named butt drugs. And every time I see it, I'm just gonna start laughing. I can't stop. Yeah, it's okay. It's okay if he's gone. It's all good. I don't blame him. You done scared him off, Casey. Yeah, it happens. Got about 9 more minutes here, guys, and we'll take a look at the numbers. I'm just going to look at off exchange real quick here just because I want to see if we've had a little bit of a decrease in off exchange volume for the day today. It's still kind of maintaining where it was. me check news real quick here. There is a Newsweek article that came out about a day ago, 23 hours ago, saying talking about the AMC CEO responds to the claim that Sound of Freedom was being suppressed in theaters. Obviously, Adam's coming in there and saying, "Are you kidding? Not a chance." I don't see any specific articles coming out currently. Oh, here's one. AMC says 20,000 people have tickets for the Barbenheimer double bill. So there's actually my son actually even knows about this. When my son has heard something about this, I know it's a thing. And apparently there's this whole meme stuff that's been going around with Barbie and Oppenheimer releasing on the same day. I didn't realize that they were actually going to be doing back-to-backs on those. But Barbenheimer has become this like new meme catchphrase. I really don't quite understand it. I'm still trying to figure out what exactly, like why that kids these days find things funny that I just don't understand. Why mixing up nuclear bombs and Barbie is like a thing. I don't quite understand it. I mean, it is funny, but I'm not sure if I quite understand the whole meme. And he can't really explain it to me either because I'm just dad. So, teens. Joe says teens. I know, right? Uh, but they find it funny. Um, and apparently it's catching. So, who cares, right? As long as it's popular and we're getting views. We are getting a volume spike here as well, guys. With this run up, we had 100. It's only 181,000 shares. Two spikes of about. Actually, this first one was 181,000 shares. The other one was 404,000 shares. So we are getting a little bit of a volume spike here. What did Pantheon say? Hold on a second. I'm scrolling back up here. Biggums is never late, nor is he early. He arrives precisely when he means to. KMET S523 says, "Bro, what's hard to understand? It's just that both movies are highly anticipated and must see. Hence, it's a big thing, and you might as well watch both." Okay. I mean, I'm not really into Barbies. I don't. I'll go see. I'll go see Oppenheimer. Oppenheimer. I don't know why I said Oppenheimer. Oppenheimer. But I'm not really sure that I'm necessarily into Barbies too much. So I guess I don't get that part of it. I don't know. Call it an old thing or something. V for Vanetta says, "Bro." I did. I did play the Barbie song on Monday. I had to. Adam Aaron dressed in pink stood in front of the Barbie car and house for the premiere showing in pink. Like, how do you not play the Barbie song the next day? That was like it was a mandatory thing. Were you into Ken? He dated Barbie. No, no, I was not into Ken. I was very. I would much rather be more into Barbie. But no, no, I just didn't do the whole Barbie thing. And look at you guys. Casey's more into Ken than Barbie. All right, we got 4 more minutes here, guys, and we'll take a look at the numbers. Dr. Zena says, Margot Robbie, I drink her bath water. That's so gross, man. I mean, look, I know she's hot, right? but I just don't like. I'm not into Barbies. That's not my thing. I mean, I don't know. I can't do it. I can't imagine a place where I would go sit down in a movie like that and sit there and be like, yeah, this is a great time. I just don't. I don't know. Excuse me. Let's see here. Quite frankly, I would rather see Harley Quinn. I would be more likely to go watch her in a movie with, as Harley Quinn than anything else, because I'm more into Harley Quinn. That's my kind of girl. Million says Casey's more into GI Joes. Dude, I was totally into GI Joes growing up, and we used to take out the screw in the back of their backs, swap out the arms and the legs, and you could mix and match them and stuff. Oh man, GI Joes was totally my thing way back in the day, and I will totally go see a GI Joe movie, but I don't know, Barbie just wasn't my thing. That's things I never thought I expected to hear from Casey today. I'm just not into Barbies. Well, it happens. All right, I just want to get off this conversation. It's so awkward. Bigums is like, he just shows up like his very first day. It's like an awkward conversation, one after another. Well, welcome, Bigums. I'll take you guys over to the other screen here. I'm going to start numbers early because this is just this is way beyond embarrassing here. All right, remember, guys, I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing, so just lay into me now because I'd rather I'd rather not watch the destruction. Remember, I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are saying, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, or concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen. Let's take a look what we got going on. You guys are going to be ruthless. I just know it. Starting with off exchange, by this time of the day, I would expect to see about 64% going through off exchange. And EDGX combined right now, off exchange is at 60.48%. EDGX is at 6.72. The combined total 67.2%. That's about 3.2% higher than it should be. The CHX exchange has 0.32% of the total daily volume. With a 30-day average of 3.38. It's kind of low volume as of right now, but we might see that spiking up here in the next hour when I do the numbers next. I have a strong feeling we're going to see a lot of return shares coming in here. Taking a look at Ape, in regards to off exchange, we got about 64.04% going through off exchange, EDGX at 7.5. The combined total 71.54%, 7.54% higher than I would expect it to be by this time of the day. It seems like there's a lot of price suppression going on through those exchanges, more so than normal. CHX volume is at 0, so nothing unusual going on there. GME's CHX volume for the day today is at 0.09 with a 30-day average of 0.36. Nothing unusual going on there as well. Taking a look at Ortex data. As of an hour ago, on AMC, we had approximately 698,000 shares having been returned for the day today. It's now 719,000 shares. It's going to slightly, actually it's going to leave it right where it was. The estimated short share, just the free float, staying at 22.44%. Cost to borrow, mins at 8.27, average is 939.85, max is 1,006. Shares on loan for the day today is at 177.85 million shares. Day over day, that's a decrease by 60,000 shares. Ortex estimated that about 52,000 of that 60,000 return shares was in short interest. Taking a look at Ape. As of an hour ago on Ape, there was approximately 400,000 shares having been borrowed for the day. It's now 424,000 shares. That's not really going to change the estimated short share, just the free float, which is sitting at 4.6%. Cost per mins at 1.47, average 5.97, max 6.2. Shares on loans at 8.07 million shares. That's 310,000 shares less today than there was yesterday. Taking a look at options. Highest amount of volume so far for the day today. Oh, man. Yeah. They're loading up right now. They are absolutely loading up on calls and puts at a $9 strike to try and prevent the a gamma again, it's another gamma blocker here. We've got about close to about 17,500 contracts in volume so far for the day today on a $9 strike, and you can tell they're probably pretty worried about where price might be moving to. So they keep on loading up on those to increase that implied volatility to keep investors out of buying into a gamma ramp. On calls at a $4.50 strike. An hour ago, there was approximately 13.4 thousand contracts in volume. It's now 14.5. On puts, highest amount of volume so far, other than the $9 strike that we're skipping over, has been at a $4 strike. There was 11.6 thousand contracts an hour ago. There's now 12.4. Market suggesting a closing price between $4 and $4.50 before the end of the day today on based on the options volume for the day. Taking a look at the combined price of AMC and APE, we're currently at $6.37. You can see that we are retesting that Fibonacci retracement that I've got set up here on the combined price. I suggested in pre-market this morning a closing of about $6.34 by the end of the day today, and so I'm about 3 cents off as of right now. This is kind of what I was suggesting earlier, that we would see this downtrend bounce maybe off of 627, come back up, bounce off of 637, and then come back down and close out the day around 634 for a net gain for the day compared to yesterday's close, because we're kind of on this pretty nice. It was almost what I would say an ascending parallel channel, but not quite. But getting us that much closer to breaking out of this this really long trend that we've got going on here. So we're getting really close to the top of this thing, and we're still inside the breakout box. So it's getting there. It's getting really close. We've got the Fibonacci retracement lined up for tomorrow at a combined price of 645, and the top of that wedge showing as a possibility. So we'll see what happens. I'm actually kind of expecting a little bit of a down day tomorrow. So I don't think we're going to get there just yet. But it's getting close. Taking a look at orders by Fidelity customers, AMC, APE, and GME are the only three I'm looking for on this list. And due to low volume and low orders, we are not on the list. So nothing unusual or unexpected there. SSR trips for the day today at $3.95 for AMC, APE at 1.719. Shares available to borrow according to Stonko Tracker, which obviously is not 100% accurate, is saying that there's 0 shares available to borrow. And last seen fees were at 974.9% when they borrowed those shares, those 2 shares earlier this morning. Obviously, Ortex showing that's not necessarily been the case. There's certainly more shares to borrow. Taking a look at the market, NASDAQ is up 1.2%, Dow Jones is up 0.41%, S&P 500 is up 0.84%. We have 4,282 advancers to 2,001 decliners. It's ever so slightly more advancing this hour than it was an hour ago. Almost cooking with bacon grease. Anything less than 2,000 decliners, I kind of say, like, we're cooking with bacon grease and it looks hot and tasty. Not quite there, almost. We are seeing a little bit more of a market run this hour. Taking a look at banks, let's see which ones are doing the big moves for the day today here. Remember, I'm only looking for banks that are moving plus or minus 2.75% or more. Silvergate's up 20% for the day. Western Alliance up 3.71. Zion is up 3.07. Coinbase is down 4.03. Let's see here. Other notable mentions, nothing. Ethereum Classic is currently down 0.38% and on a downtrend. The US dollar is currently down 1.12. We have not broken 100.5 just yet. That is going to be a serious level of support. That if we do break through, if the US dollar does break 100.5, I could see this dropping significantly a lot further down, and if it does, we'll probably see the market moving up. Oil is up 1.34% and consolidating after a pretty long uptrend. Mortgage-backed securities are up anywhere from 1.1 to 1.12 and consolidating. SPY is up 0.88. and I would say consolidating currently after having been on an uptrend. VIX is currently down 7.41, but consolidating sideways. VBR, one of the largest ETF shareholdings, largest ETF shares holding of shares of AMC shares, is up 1.07% right now and trending up. VB is up 1.14. Tesla is up 1.42 and trending up. Amazon is up 1.17 trending up. Cinemark is up 3.42 trending up. Doge is down 0.66 and consolidating. Bitcoin is down 0.62, and I know it looks like it's on a downtrend. No, it's on a downtrend. I mean, I kind of want to say it's still kind of consolidating. We've got a little bit of what appears to be kind of almost a bearish triangle kind of forming right now. And I would say that it's currently consolidating on a downtrend inside that bearish triangle. On GME, we've got it down 0.88, but consolidating. HYMC is up 9.49%, getting a nice little bit of bonus push here from earlier on an uptrend. NCMI is up 2.04, starting to break into an uptrend from consolidation. Hood is up 0.97 and on an uptrend. Ape is up 0.79, consolidating. And AMC is just had a nice little trend up, and we're consolidating right around 442. Inflow versus outflow for AMC so far for the day today. We've got approximately $800,000 more outflow than inflow. 12.4 million shares traded so far after 280. Well, we'll just call it 280 minutes of trading. It's close enough. It's 279, but whatever. After 280 minutes of trading, we're on a pace for 17.27 million shares traded by the end of the day today. That should be pretty close to the pace that we end up hitting, which is within the 5 to 25 million I gave you as a prediction in the pre-market. On a 4-hour time interval, we've got more buying pressure than selling pressure with the Vortex indicator and RSI at 59.87, which is above average. On a 1-hour time interval, we've got more buying pressure than selling pressure with multiple divergences on this within the last 3 hours. But currently more buying pressure, RSI at 59.82, which is above average. On a 30-minute interval, we've got more equal amounts of buying and selling pressure with an RSI of 56.61, which is slightly above average. And on a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 60.04, which is above average. On Ape, we've got about just $1.1 million more inflow than outflow. 5.97 million shares traded so far for the day today after 280 minutes worth of trading. Oops. Which puts us on a pace for 8.31 million shares traded by the end of the day today. Hold on a second, let me run that math one more time. I feel like I screwed up something in there. 280 minutes. Yeah, that's right. 8.31 million shares traded is the pace that we're on. That is within the 1 to 20 million I suggested in pre-market. I know that doesn't. Bigums is like, you predicted 1 to 20 million on pre-market? Like, that's not hard. Trust me. I'd have to explain it to you. It changes. Yesterday it wasn't the same. On a 4-hour time interval, we've got more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 64.79, which is above average. On a 1-hour time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 55.1, which is just slightly above average. On a 30-minute interval, there's equal amounts of buying and selling pressure with an RSI of 53.17, which is just slightly above average. And on a 5-minute interval, equal amounts of buying and selling pressure with an RSI of 49.69, which is average. And with that, that's all I've got for you guys. Pirateborn says from 7 to 6 in 1 hour. What's he talking about? Not sure what he's talking about. That is not true, Foo Dog. Hey, look, I like her, but I mean, I prefer her as Harley Quinn, and I'm not going to drink her bath water. That's gross. I think that's just gross. Like I really honestly can't think of like any person ever, woman. There's nobody. There's nobody I would drink bath water after. It just seems so gross. John says, I see. John says Casey has the hots for Halle Berry. I do. I do have the hots for Halle Berry, and I'm not even drinking her bath water either. There's just no way. You can't get me to drink bath water. It's not happening. Boomstick says, Casey, was it 17K of calls and 17K of puts? Yes. Each of them had about 17, close to 17 and a half. I'll take you over to the other page here for just a second. And yeah, it's calls is sitting at 17.4, almost 17.5 thousand contracts in volume, and puts at 17.3. Now, just because there's volume there doesn't necessarily mean that it's always. It could also. I can almost guarantee you that those positions are going to carry over. We'll look at it tomorrow morning, but it's been the case for most of the days here in the last couple weeks when they've been doing this, and it's always carried over to open interest every single day. So what is this going to do to Max Payne? As anybody could guess, this is going to raise Max Payne some more. So we might see Max Payne jump up to 550 by tomorrow, which is a dollar increase since the beginning of this week. Not even if there's bubbles in it. No. Yeah, not even if there's bubbles in it. See, here's it. No. No, I don't do that. D's plus plus. Here's the thing. I'm an ex-water polo player and surfer. And I mean, you have to know that when you're swimming in the ocean that there's a lot of stuff in that ocean, right? And there's no way that you're keeping it out of your mouth. It's always, especially if you're in the surf and whatnot, it's getting in there one way or the other. So it's not like I'm not accustomed to, having grossness in my mouth. But I'm not doing that though. Like I can't see drinking bath. Well, it's just so gross. It's gross. I can't see doing that. I mean, if you told me that I didn't have to drink it and I could just swish, then maybe I would do it on a dare. That's probably about it. Powerporn says this is how it goes off the rails. Yeah, pretty much. I mean, look, I'm here streaming 9 hours a day. You got to expect I got to talk about funny things or something else other than looking at the stock price the entire time. I can't just sit here for 9 hours and not just talk about random things. Nope, not doing it point break, Thor. Pass. As my wife hates me saying, hard pass. Did you guys? I think I told you that just the other day. She came to me. She goes, why do people say hard pass? And I'm like, because it's like an absolute no, like heck no kind of thing. And she's like, isn't that like a soft pass? Like hard pass should mean like it's a hard decision. She's like that. A hard pass should be like something that like you're having a hard time. Like, should I? Shouldn't I? You're tossing it up. Maybe you will do it. Maybe you won't do it. You're not really sure. And she's like, shouldn't it be a soft pass? Like it's real easy for you to figure out which way you're going to go on it. And I was like, no. It's a hard pass. Hey, let me see something. Let me check something. I said hey. Bigums. Let me see if he's still here. Yeah, he's still here. Bigums, check this out. You got to tell this to people, man. I want to. I'm not telling you to do this, but I'm telling you to do this. If you're an A-list member, and I got this from my source. I can't say who my source is, but it's somebody who does work inside AMC. Oh, that's about as far as I can go. A high level official. Uh, if somebody decides to use their A-list membership to purchase a ticket for a movie, that particular person does not necessarily have to go see the movie and have their QR code scanned to have it count towards a movie ticket being purchased, meaning you don't have to go at all. And that seat is still purchased, right? So you could pick like a front row seat that nobody wants to sit in, and it counts as a purchase. And if you buy it for Sound of Freedom, a part of the proceeds for the Sound of Freedom go towards helping kids with sex trafficking for kids to stop it from happening. And so I'm trying to create awareness to make sure that people know. It'd be an awesome thing if you could mention it too. You don't have to say like don't tell people what to do, but like just mention like, hey, if you were to go buy, you don't, buy a ticket for Sound of Freedom with your A-list membership because you weren't going to use the ticket anyways, you don't actually have to go for the seat to be counted for. So just kind of keep that in mind because, and I'm sure you're probably on board with the idea that we want to try and help kids as much as possible. And I was kind of saying, help AMC, help the kids. I can't think of a better way to use my unused tickets. I actually used this last week. My week, they refresh every Friday your 3 free movie tickets, and I refreshed mine, or they don't get refreshed till this Friday, and I used all 3 of mine this week to buy seats for Sounds of Freedom. And even though I plan on going to see a movie, maybe later on this week, I'll just buy the tickets. I don't care. But not a bad thing to kind of push within the community to let people know it or just bring awareness that instead of letting those free tickets for seats go to waste, that they can use those to help others. Mr. Finance is saying, I wish money raised actually went to the cause and not pocketed by people exploiting a serious problem. Yeah. Yucca, what's up, man? What do you mean free tickets? Well, you know what I mean. I know you pay for your A-list membership and it doesn't make them free, but you get 3 tickets, 3 movie tickets a week to see movies with your A-list membership. So while they're not necessarily free, they're still tickets that you have at your use available to you. So yeah, you're not wrong. And I always tell my kids there's no such thing as anything free in life. Open back. What does that mean? Open the back of the big tramp? All right, hold on. I'll do it for you. I was gonna go to break, but why not? All right, I'm in the back of the big tramp. What's up, dude? I was gonna go to.
Okay, quick. You said, for Sound of Freedom, you get free tickets, but how does that even count if they're free?
So
It's
here's
like
the
giving
deal.
free. It's like giving free, but it's like giving free. Like you're gonna give me a box full of air, and I'm gonna give somebody else a box full of nothing. But yes, it's free. But shouldn't I want to actually buy the ticket?
No. So here's the thing.
Actually,
When
have
you
the
use
revenue go direct.
listen. When you use your ticket, AMC's buying the ticket for you. So when you
But as an
use
investor, I want
I hear what you're saying.
as an investor.
You're saying
You,
don't make it come out of AMC's pocket and go buy it yourself. I see what you're saying.
yes,
Yeah, I
yes.
understand that, but my point here is that um, AMC is accounted for that in their A-list membership program, right? They know that you're going to go out and get that you're going to go out and see movies anyways, right? And we're talking about a limited time thing here where you can try and help somebody out with tickets. And there's no, you could go buy tickets as well, right? If you want to do that on top of that, that's fine too. I'm not saying don't go buy seats. I'm just saying that you have additional seats at your ability to use, right? And so what do? Are you going to just let them go? Are you going to let that money just kind of disappear into nowhere? Or are you going to utilize that money somehow? And if you have an opportunity to be able to help
I'd
somebody with it,
rather. Yeah, I rather. So if okay, so if they're free, then I'd rather go and sit there and actually occupy the seat instead of it being empty, knowing that yeah, it's free. I took advantage of the program, and then somebody that actually wanted to see it doesn't have a seat because it's an empty seat.
that's why I'm buying front row seats in theaters that are not packed.
Okay,
I'm buying like
and
the
then the other
worst seat
thing
in the
is,
house.
so now I rather actually yes, I'll take advantage of what you just said, but now I'm gonna go out there and buy a bag of popcorn and a drink and then leave, just so like that I can balance the free part. I don't know. It's just something consciously that's kind of seems a little wrong. It's making me want to go out there, drive, and just buy the popcorn so I can off balance that, so I can spend the real money and still get that free ticket.
And I'm
That
not
was the whole
stopping you.
purpose, I think.
I'm not
I
stopping you.
think that's the purpose,
It
right? I
is.
think
It
that's the
is.
whole.
It is.
It's like they're fishing, right? They're fishing, come for free, but I know you're gonna spend a lot of money on concessions, so
Yeah.
we'll
Oh,
make it up.
you're
Way
absolutely
to
right.
do it.
You're absolutely 100% correct on that. That's how AMC is making their money off the A-list members. Is they're going to give you a seat. They're going to pay for that seat for you, knowing that you're going to come in there and more than likely spend more than enough money to make up for the difference. I get it. I completely understand with where you're going on that, and I'm not stopping you from doing it. If you want to go buy concession, if you want to buy the ticket, never actually go see the movie, but go anyways just to buy popcorn and soda, or maybe you prefer one of my kids always get the slushies,
Yeah,
then go for it, man. Go all by all means, go do that. I'm just
and that makes sense.
yeah.
Arthur, I know Arthur goes out there every week. I don't know if he gets the tickets and takes advantage of like maybe I'll we'll talk to him next time we see him, because that's a great idea. What you just said, take advantage of what the free part, at the same time you're helping. Uh, you know, I guess, but I got you. I just wanted to bring that into my mind. That thought of like being free but not really free. Am I hurt? But you explained it.
Yeah. No, you're absolutely right.
Well, that was it. That's all I wanted to. I think it's better to just get it across verbally than typing it in the chat.
It's quicker too.
Yeah,
No, I
it's a lot
appreciate
quicker.
it.
Yes.
What was
Okay,
that?
so that was it.
Okay.
Happy Hump Day.
Happy Hump Day.
Can I?
Why is
Can
it?
I
You know why I'm laughing is because every single time you do this to me, I now have to start thinking, is it Wednesday? I can't remember. You bastard.
it's all right. Yeah, I know. Can I rub your hump?
Yeah, you can rub my hump. uh, wait, hold on a second here. I got something for that. Oh man.
Oh man. Oh.
There we go.
That's
Hump
Sue's
rubs.
favorite. All right, you're gonna go on break. I know.
Yeah, I got to go to break.
All right. We'll
Rex
see you
Rex
later.
came in here. Let's see if Rex had something to say too. Rex, did you want to say something real
left.
quick? No, he's still here.
Really? How come I can't see him? Oh, there it is.
Did you not open your eyes?
No, I did not.
Yeah, I kind of thought that might be the case.
Today?
Rex, what's going on, man?
Did you take your butt drugs today, Casey?
As soon as I saw Bigums was here, I was like, holy shit, I better take my butt drugs. I need to be
I'm so
sedated.
happy that you played the video for him.
He would have. Can you imagine if we'd have just left him hanging like that and not told him, what butt drugs was all about? Like his first experience coming on to this live stream was like sitting there going like, I went over there and they were talking about butt drugs. He's like, I don't know about this. this Casey guy. He's probably still thinking that, honestly, but oh man, you had to be there. You had to be there for the first playing of it because it was something else. Papa Mac says butt drugs is a 4-hour drive for me. Is it worth changing pharmacies? Believe it or not, Papa Mac, we actually had people who looked it up that day and found out that they unfortunately are now closed. You can thank the great old COVID probably for that.
Yeah, you can thank Fu for that, taking advantage of butt drugs.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah.
All right.
I'm gonna go to break here.
See you in a little bit.
All right, sounds good. Alrighty, guys. Let me take. I have the message up already here. Look at this amazing barcoding going on right now. It's so awesome. Let's see here. I will be back at 2:10. Butt drugs. I'm so proud of my dad. He gets on the internet and talks about butt drugs. He's such a cool guy. I can see my kids. My kids are all sitting upstairs listening to this. They're probably rolling their eyes right now, going like, Dad's talking about butt drugs again. And then I go up there and I'd be like, what the hell is this Barbenheimer crap all about? And they're like, you talk about butt drugs. It's never a boring moment around here, guys. Never. All right. I'm signing off. I'll see you guys back here about 40 minutes. See you guys in a bit. All right, I came back just a little bit early. Let's see. Oh man, look at this price action. Wow. Through the roof. Amazing. Brian says, shh. Let's see here. So it's time to take a look at the numbers. I got water here. I'm gonna make a toast. I guess I don't know. I guess let's toast to Bigums in his interview with Dr. Shiva. Sorry, that he he has a great interview and that works out really well for him. And then also to this barcoding. Cheers to bona fide, straight up market manipulation. Gotta love it when you see it. Cheers. My goodness. What a bunch of. Yeah, James Harrison says, butt drugs are kicking in yet? I hope so. Let's see here. Let's take a look at what we got going on. I'm going to take you guys over to the other page here. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are saying, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, or concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again, or else I won't be able to see what it is you guys are writing. Let's see what we got going on here. I got to move these pages around. All right, starting with off exchange. By this time of the day, I would expect to see about 66% going through off exchange and EDGX. Currently through AMC's off exchange, we've got 62.87%. EDGX, I should say, whenever I say off exchange, it should be off exchanges. I'm sorry, I don't say an S on the end there. CBOE EDGX is at 6.21. The combined total on that 69.08%, or about 3.08% higher than I would expect it to be by this time of the day. So definitely some price suppression going on right now through these exchanges. CHX is at 0.36 with a 30-day average of 3.36, so not a whole lot of volume going through there today. Nothing unusually large. On APE, we've got 62.54% going through off exchange, EDGX at 7.17. The combined total is 69.71%. Again, 3.71% higher than it should be. CHX volume is 0. Taking a look at GME, CHX volume for the day today is 930 shares. Nothing even really worth talking about. Taking a look at Ortex. As of an hour ago on AMC, there was approximately 719,000 shares having been returned for the day. It is now 637,000 shares, so there's been some more shares borrowed. That's going to cause the estimated short share interest of the free float to maybe rise just slightly to 22.45%. Cost borrow min's at 8.27, average is 943.38, and max is 1,006%. Shares on loan for the day today is at 177.85 million shares. That's 60,000 shares less on loan today than there was yesterday. Ortex estimated that about 52,000 of that was in closed short interest. Really just a drop in the bucket. Taking a look at APE, as of an hour ago, there was approximately 424,000 shares having been borrowed. It's now 552,000 shares. It's going to have the effect of raising. Actually, it stayed the same. It didn't raise it at all. The short-term interest of the free float's at 4.6%. Cost borrow min is at 1.47, average is 6.18, and max 6.91. Shares on loan for the day today is at 8.07 million shares. That's 310,000 shares less than what there was previously. And let's see here. Taking a look at options. Highest amount of call volume so far for the day today has been, I'd almost say surprisingly, but it's not surprising. Oh, son of a gun, I forgot to lock into my broker. Give me a second here. Two-factor, I can't give you guys a speech. It's too late. 1 second. Alrighty. Let's try this again. So for the most part today, we've seen a lot of volume coming in at a $9 strike. An hour ago, I told you guys it was about 17,500 contracts. Today alone, there's been 23.5 thousand contracts on calls, 22.3 thousand contracts in puts. This is really massive volume. I mean, we almost had that much in open interest just going in for the day today. So lots and lots of volume going in at that $9 strike. Really, again, it's just a gamma. It's a gamma blocker. Highest amount of call volume besides that is at a $4.50 strike. An hour ago at 4.5, there was 14.5 thousand contracts. There's now 16 in volume. And on puts, at a $4 strike, there was 12.4 thousand contracts. An hour ago, there's now 14. Market still suggesting a closing price between $4 and $4.50 by the end of the day today. Combined price of AMC and APE is currently at $6.37. I had $6.34 for my prediction for the day today. Pretty close, except for we'll probably see that last 30-minute run. Hopefully we see the last 30-minute run, and I'm end up being off by a lot more than just 3 cents. I would not be disappointed. Orders by Fidelity customers, AMC, APE, and GME are the only three I'm going to be looking for here due to low volume, low order counts. We're not going to see us on that list for the day today. Trigger price for SSR is at $3.95. APE at 1.719. There's still 0 shares available to borrow according to Stonko Tracker. No updates on this whatsoever. Still seeing that 974.9% rate showing up on fees. And then NASDAQ is up 1.26, Dow Jones up 0.33, S&P 500 is up 0.82. We have 4,253 advancers to 2,065 decliners. The market is doing just about the same that it was an hour ago. It's a little. It might be just slightly more declining than it was, but I'd say for the most part it's just kind of gone sideways. Banks, big movers for right now. Let's see what we got going on here. I'm only looking for banks that have had plus or minus 2.75% or greater moves. Silvergate's up 27.5. Western Alliance up 3.18. Coinbase down 3.5. And that's it. Those are the biggest movers. Ethereum Classic is currently showing down 0.4 on a downtrend. DXY, or the US dollar, is down 1.18 at 100.53. It got as low as 100.51. It's almost getting ready to touch that Fibonacci. It's ready to break through. Oil is up 0.49 and is starting to take a little bit of a tumble since it's a long trend up. A little bit of just a tiny bit of a tumble here. Not too much. Mortgage-backed securities are up anywhere from 1.01 to 1.06 for the day today. And I would say consolidating currently. SPY is up 0.84, consolidating. VIX is down 7.48, and it's actually on a slight uptrend. It could break, the VIX could break that descending level of resistance going into tomorrow. If it does, expect to maybe see it shoot back up over 16 again. VBR is up 0.97, and for the most part, kind of consolidating. VB is up 1.05, consolidating. Tesla up 1.35, consolidating on a slight downtrend. Amazon is up 1.45 and on an uptrend. Cinemark is up 2.16 on a downtrend. Doge is down 0.98 on a downtrend. Bitcoin is down 0.55 on a downtrend. GME is down 1.25 on a downtrend. HYMC is up 10.96 on an uptrend. NCMI is up 3.24 on an uptrend. Hood is up 0.89, trading sideways. Ape consolidating. Ape is up 1.83 and on an uptrend. on a barcoding uptrend. And AMC is up 0.68 and consolidating. So far for the day-to-day, AMC's had about $1.6 million more outflow than inflow. 14.35 million shares traded so far after 350 minutes worth of trading, putting us on a pace for 15 or 16 million shares traded by the end of the day today. Taking a look at the 4-hour time interval, by the way, that is within the 5 to 25 I predicted. On a 4-hour time interval, there is more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 60.5, which is above average. On a 1-hour time interval, we've got more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 60.08, which is above average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 56.45, which is slightly above average. And on a 5-minute interval, we've got more buying pressure than selling pressure by quite a bit. Large flip to the other side here with, I mean, it's doing a little bit of whipsaw as it has most of the day today on this, but currently there's more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 57.6, which is slightly above average. Taking a look at Ape, there is approximately $2.1 million more inflow than outflow. 7.63 million shares traded so far for the day today. After 351 minutes worth of trading, we are on a pace for 8.47 million shares traded by the end of the day. Taking a look at a 4-hour time interval, we've got more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 67.87, which is above average. On a 1-hour time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 59.43, which is above average. On a 30-minute interval, more equal amounts of buying and selling pressure with an RSI of 59.71, which is above average. On a 5-minute interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 65.82, which is above average. Getting a nice little push here at the end of the day. Push. Who does number 2 work for? Look at that order book on Ape. Holy smokes. Holy smokes. That is one full order book. That's a bunch of orders just trying to fight to get through a door right there. Yep. Yukon says, is AMC short interest up to 29%? No. Roseanne says, when we run, I'm going to miss you guys, unless you want to do this with another stock. Another 2 years doing this for me, I'm done, Roseanne. You could take over, though. Jim says, WTF, is Elon doing, what is Elon doing with Twitter? I can't read anything anymore. Can't do a search. No, I don't want an account. They did recently change it so that you have like a limit on how much you can see in one day, I guess. Something along that lines. Roseanne says, just got done with a round of golf. What a great day. Hot as hell. Hun? Was that a car screeching its brakes? That's weird. We live in a cul-de-sac. There shouldn't be any car screeching brakes around here. Dr. Zeno says, don't worry, Shaw. I've done the calculation. Only 1,368 weeks to go. I got it down to 2. I don't know where your calculation and my calculation are flawed, but I got 2 weeks. You said sack. Cul-de-sac. They missed the outlet, no outlet sign. Wait. Hold on a second. I feel like there's people outside shouting. Hold on. I'm gonna go take a look outside real quick here. I gotta figure out what the heck's going on outside. It's kind of weird. I'm gonna be one of those nosy neighbors and go figure out, like, hey, I hear noise out here. What is this? Get off my front lawn. I'll be right back. Give me a second. Kind of weird. Nobody's driving up and down our street here, and there's no tire marks in the road either, so it had to be a street on the other side somewhere. Sounded pretty loud though. Remtac says, sorry, didn't mean to hit your mailbox. You know, we don't have those kind of mailboxes here, Remtac. It says a lot about where you live nowadays. Like, I actually, ever since I moved out of my parents' house, that was the last time that I ever remember having a mailbox for your own home. I've never had my own mailbox ever since. It's always those communal mailbox boxes. Community box, yeah. Well, it's not really a community box. It's community boxes. But there's got to be a name. There's got to be a better name than that. Community box. Everybody gets their own use out of it, for sure. Dr. Zeno says the new deluxe Shaw mug comes with a bath water filter for your choice of sexy actresses. Okay, well, I'm still not drinking the water. Nat Nail says Bigham's tweeted the short interest is 28.8%. The image looked to be from Fintel. Let's give it a gander, shall we? Let's see. Somewhere I have this open. I can't find it. Let's see here. Oh, he's got. He may be paying for that. Maybe. You're not wrong. So here it is right here. They are reporting short interest percentage of the float at 28.8%. That's what Fintel's reporting. The question is that Is that accurate? It's possible. It's possible that this is accurate, and we may be getting a updated version of short interest reporting. What's today's date? The 12th. Yeah, we could be getting a updated version of short interest reported short interest from AMC here shortly on Ortex. But as of right now, until they update their numbers, it's still less. So that could be accurate. We'll have to wait till tomorrow. You guys will have to wait till Friday because I ain't gonna be able to pull Vortex for you until then, till Friday. So at the earliest, depends on if I take Friday off. I'll tell you what though, I will. I'll tweet it tomorrow morning when I see it. I don't think Weeble reports that, Sammy boy. As far as I know, I don't think I've ever seen that as a metric that they report. Hold on one second. I'm checking something real quick here. I think. Just want to make sure I'm getting the dates right. Yeah, they should. We should get the next reporting for short interest like in the next day or two. So it could be that Fintel's reporting it just a smidgen early. I think we'll get it on Friday. How much did retail own for 28 short? It doesn't say that. I'm quite positive it doesn't say that. It does tell you how much institutions own, which is 139.101 million shares. So, but you can't. It won't show you unless. Nah, no, I don't think it shows you that. I think Weeble does show that on the app version. I've never been able to find the amount owned by. Hold on a second. I'm pulling it up on my phone. Trying to remember how to find this. There is a place on the phone that you can find it on holdings by. Let's see, what is this going to be under? No. No, is it this one? Looks like they paywalled it on Weeb. Oh, maybe I just need to log in. Hold on a second here. Let me see if I just need to log in on my phone. No, I'm logged in. I don't see it. I don't see it on my phone. It used to be there. They have this new section now that's called Sage Tracker, and it appears that that's where that may be. Yeah, they've got it. They've got it under subscription lock now. So I don't see it. Jim says, remember that they the time that they accidentally released the short interest numbers 2 weeks early, showing that there is no reason for the 2 week lag. I don't remember that. Unfortunately, I don't remember that one. I just noticed AMC is on a 5-minute interval. Sorry about that. So my prediction for the day today was 190 on Ape and 444 on AMC for a combined total of 634 for the closing price. Now it looks like I'm going to be a little bit off here on those prices. I originally wanted to go 193 on Ape and then change the number to 190 because there was just something there was something driving me nuts about the some of the signs that I was seeing in the market early this morning. I kind of felt like we were going to see a little bit of a downtrend that might kind of occur on Ape with the rest of the market. But apparently that's not the case. So we ended up having a pretty decent day on Ape so far, up 1.57, 2.09, depending on what second I read it off. Hey, MB, I appreciate that. Yeah, thank you. It's I'm looking forward to having a birthday. Yeah, that's right up my, right up my really happy alley. You know, you get to a certain age, and I don't remember what it was. For me, I want to say it was 40. You get to 40 years old, and you're just like, can we just stop counting? I'd rather just not. I'd rather not talk about 40 anymore. And then I'm gonna get to 50 at some point. I'm probably gonna be like, can we just pretend we're still in the 40s? I'm sure it's coming. But I will be 47 tomorrow. Thank you for the early birthday wishes. Remtax says it's time. Time for the power half hour. Yes, Manja, I am taking off the day tomorrow. I'm going to enjoy my birthday. I might be taking Friday off too. I'm not sure. I'm going to do trivia next week, NC Proud Dad, because we've spent some time putting up some new movies and stuff. So next week we'll do movie trivia. We'll get back on it because I knew I was going to be taking a day off this week. I was kind of like, let's just take a week off. We already took kind of a week off. We'll take 2 weeks off. 2 weeks of no movie trivia. Victoria Station, London. That sounds really fancy. Thank you, Sammy Boy. I appreciate it. UPS delivery guy, thank you very much. What if we moon while you're off? Make sure that you don't get arrested. Don't do it in front of a police officer. I mean, in all serious, Albert, if we start mooning, I mean, it's not going to happen in one day, right, Albert? Like you know that. You know it's not going to, nothing's going to happen in one single day and it'll all be over. So, just sit back and relax, enjoy the ride. I'll be back. James of Arizona says, I don't know what that first part is that you said there, but you said, Casey, may you get free parking in the rear. Thank you. I don't know that that's what I want, but thank you. What stocks do you think are in Cornholio's portfolio? DP for my bungolio. I don't know. That's a good question. Thank you very much, Manjit. I appreciate it. Happy birthday in Spanish. Is that what that was? Hold on a second. Let me go back up. Feliz. Oh, it is Feliz. Feliz. I can't say that word. Cumpleaños. I can't say it. It's got 3 letters in the front of it that just makes me start laughing before I even get it out. I think I need to go back to the big tramp. Okay, there we go. Cumpleaños. Cumpleaños. What, hun? Oh, she knows it. She's over there yelling it out. While you're away for vacation, can we house sit? Leave the keys under the flower, and can we borrow some food money? We're not going anywhere. So no. We should play a game of can Casey pronounce this word? It's gonna just be you making fun of me the whole day. That's not, what is this? What is this? Is that what this has come down to? Is it make fun of Casey Day? First it's all you're getting on me about Barbie. And or no, first it was the bath water. Now it's Barbie. And then or now it's make fun of the words I can't say. Sammy Boy says, I want to see Barbie so bad. How bad? Okay, Dr. Zeno, I watched it. I watched the video you sent me, and like, I don't think I look anything like him. And I certainly hope I don't sound like him. I don't know, Doctor. I don't think it. Everybody else will laugh. Maybe. I don't know. All right, here we go. Dr. Zeno wants me to play this. I don't think it looks anything like me at all. I don't under. This is why I didn't want to play this, because I was just like, it's not going to be. This is supposed to be my doppelganger. I think this is probably like the worst. This is probably the worst. I would way rather have somebody say that I look like Jack Black than this guy here. It's the glasses. It's like you've got this thing. It's the glasses. It's got to be the glasses. All right, let me show you guys. This is what Dr. Zeno's saying here. This dude right here. That is not me. It's not me. It's not even close. It's not even close. And then listen to him talk. Wait, let me make sure the sound's up for you guys.
2 thrashers a week. So I'm going through there, and I come across this story from a 1979
He's got that
interview
lift.
with Mary Turner did.
His voice
Mary
is
Turner
much
is this
deeper and
legendary
he's always got
radio
that little
host,
lisp in
disc
his
jockey
talk
from
when he
Southern
talks
California.
around.
She had a show called Off the Record.
Off the record.
In Thrashers Week, they called it On the Record. I think that's wrong. I'm 99% sure it's on. It was Off the Record was the name of it. But she was ended up syndicated throughout the U.S. I remember listening to her when I was a kid on Q95.
I don't know, man. If you think that's me, I don't know. Everybody else may. I don't know. I don't know. I don't think it doesn't even remind me of me. Casey, you can kick his ass. That's what I'm saying. Is that Arthur? Arthur, don't you dare let him talk to you like that. You go right back at Yucca. You get him. That's a second-hand costume of Casey. Halloween, here I come. Oh, man. I mean, the only thing that would have made that that would have been funny, Dr. Zeno, if he'd had that like whisper, like whenever he was talking, all of his S's would have that like whistle when he would talk. He'd be like, "I see you apes talking about me. You guys are sure meanies." Oh man, thank you guys. I appreciate all the happy birthday wishes there. I appreciate that. James, that's funny. There's a snake in my boot. No, FGCV, it's tomorrow. And so I'm taking off the day tomorrow. Maybe even Friday as well. We'll see if we got something special going on. Eat me, beat me, lady. Who the heck? That's gotta be Foo. That's gotta be Foo. What is that picture of? Who is that a picture? I can't tell who that is a picture of. My eyes don't work so well these days. It's these small little tiny circles. That's gotta be Foo. Thanks, Foo. I appreciate it, man. Thank you. Thank you, Boomstick. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. How you like them apples? Sometimes I can do it, sometimes I can't. How you like them apples? It doesn't. Sometimes the whistle wants to go. I have to wet my whistle. How you like them apples? Billy, thank you. I appreciate it. Pirateborn says, you had your day in the sun. It's the young Turk's turn now, Casey. Grow old gracefully, my bearded friend. All right. This beard's coming off, though, and you guys are going to think I'm like 10 years younger. Is Herbert that creepy old guy that's always likes the boys? Is that who Herbert? I don't know who Herbert is on Family Guy. Hold on a second, I gotta look it up. Oh yeah, that's definitely who that is. UPS delivery guy? Yeah, sure. Mac and B says when you cut the beard off, try to cut it all in one piece and laminate it. How is that even possible? How do you've got me like totally confused. How in the world do you cut your beard off in one piece? Like do you want me to shave my skin off? How do you do that? That doesn't even make sense. I guess I could maybe attach tape, like string pieces of tape down my face and then shave the beard into the tape. That would probably work. I could imagine doing that. Maybe that would work really well. And then I could just take the tape, as long as the tape is extra long, I could take the tape and it would be like a beard that I could just tape into a book somewhere. It's the beard that wouldn't go away. Thank you, Jathan. I appreciate it. Wax it off. Oh my gosh. That seems just unnecessary. Thank you, Food Dog. I appreciate it, man. You like popsicles? You like popsicles? If I hear the voice first, I could probably do a much better imitation. You like? I can't do it. I gotta hear him first, and then I could probably imitate him much better. Hazel, thank you very much. Dynamite, thank you. Albert says, "Oh, new movie idea. Actually, it could just be a Family Guy episode where it's Jim Caviezel's like the guest star, and he's like going after the old dude Herbert, who I never knew what his name was until just now." Tendies Plus Plus says, "I hope you don't get a dude with giant hairy hands for your massage." Uh, John says 450,000 just dropped on AMC's CHX. They're saving it up towards the end of the day here, huh? Let me give it a quick refresh and take a look here. Look at that, 3.26, 500,000 shares in total for the day. Yep, there she blows. That's going to keep us on that shorties. Shoot, it's going to keep us on the threshold list just a little bit longer here. Maggie, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Okay, who wants a mustache ride? Yeah, you're terrible. Pirate says, "Thank your mom, Casey. She did heavy lifting that day. You were just a participation trophy she got." Yeah, because I have a pretty big head, and and so that was probably pretty painful. I'll make sure and thank her. Thanks for all that hard pushing, Mom. Man, Foo, I'm impressed with how fast you can go back and forth with changing your name there. Dynamite says TMI. Also, Toast, real quickly here. He's probably not even listening, but Thick, if you are listening, it's also Thick's birthday tomorrow, too. It's also Harrison Ford's birthday tomorrow. So cheers to Thick and Harrison Ford's birthday. May they have a prosperous year ahead of them, and much good luck in their futures. Cheers. Thank you, Jason. I appreciate it. Okay. I love you, hon. See you later. In fact, while I'm thinking of it, I know it's like really close to the end of the day here, but while I'm thinking of it, I'm just gonna go in here and send him a message because otherwise I'll forget, and I don't want to forget sending him a message real fast here. So let me find him real quick. Where is Thick? Finding Thick. Let's see. There he is. Thank you, Laura. I appreciate it. Combined price of AMC and APE is at $6.38. It's about 4 cents higher than I was thinking it was going to be. Not a bad prediction. It's pretty close, not too far off. Did somebody have price prediction 4 cents higher than me? Holy crap, yes. Not exactly 4 cents, but Apex had about 6 cents higher than I did. He's looking for 2 days in a row of trying to predict the price right on. For those of you guys who, I want to discuss this real quick because I only got like 2 minutes left here. Real quickly, if in 2 days from now Ortex reports the short interest as being somewhere around that 28% level, that's going to be a really good thing for us because when price or when the conversion and reverse split occurs, really more just I'm talking about just the conversion. Our short interest is going to go down a little bit because the short interest has been being closed out on Ape, and I truly and honestly believe that a lot of it's being converted over to AMC short interest currently, and so I think what you're going to see is you're going to see this conversion of short interest over to the other side. So we really do want to see that short interest driving up a whole bunch to kind of replace some of that short interest that was there on Ape in the first place. And so what we're going to probably end up seeing is short interest getting really, really low on Ape as AMC's short interest starts to rise quite a bit. And then ultimately what's going to end up happening is that conversion is going to happen, and then we're going to see short interest drop pretty drastically. I'm guessing somewhere between 8 and 12% is what I'm kind of guesstimating right now. When it does drop down to that 8 to 12%, I think it will be a very short period of time before you start seeing large quantities of short interest stacking on top of that, as they will more than likely want to continue to short the price, short to get the price down on AMC immediately, because they won't want AMC raising capital at all. Period. They don't want to see the company win. So we're going to probably see a bunch of shorting occur as soon as that happens. All right, guys, it is that time of the day. I will see you guys on the other side of at least tomorrow, maybe even going into next week. So make sure you guys stay good. But as usual, all good things must eventually come to an end. Eat, sleep, drink. Get plenty of rest. Tomorrow is another trading day and my birthday! Spend time with your family. Spend time with your friends, spend time with your pets, take them out for a walk because after all, they do like getting outdoors too. But above all else, guys, go see an AMC movie. That's what we're here to do, is support AMC. But above all else, don't have a good night. Have a great night. Beep, beep.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery.
Okay. And let's see, we'll wait on G and C.
T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now and
Okay, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, negative return.
Listen up, there's not a moment to spare. It's quite a drop from the top, so how you feeling down there? It's a cold, cruel, harsh reality. Caught, stuck here with your enemies. Who do you think you are? Tearing us all apart. Where did you think you could go? 'Cause everyone already knows it's 20 to 1. Yeah, so you better run. You got the world on its knees. You're taking all that you please. You want more, but you get nothing from me. You like the burden we bear. You love the hate that we share. You want more, but you get nothing from me but enemies. Enemies. You started something that you just couldn't stop. You turned the ones that you love into the angriest mob. And the one last wish is that you pay for it. And there's no way you're getting out of this. Who do you think you are? Tearing us all apart. Where did you think you could go? 'Cause everyone already knows it's 20 to 1. Yeah, so you better run. You got the world on its knees. You're taking all that you please. You want more, but you
night's getting cold, you're needing a shoulder. Puff out your chest and be a little bolder. All we do is we buy and hold. There will be shills who wanna steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold till the end. There will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. Panic and fear really are near, but it's not ours to own. We have shown that all we do is buy and hold. Oh, there will be shills who wanna steal your thrills, and there will be friends who hold till the end, and there will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. So when the night's getting colder, you're needing that shoulder, these apes got your back, we got each other. All we do is we buy and hold.